Kohate. Said, Sailor 443 elevator chat.
Hello everybody, how's it going? This is Dicebag, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber, and I'm clicking things I shouldn't be while I'm doing my intro. Well, hey there. How's it going? I see Kohet's already in the chat there, making Geronimo talk during the loading screen. But I'm too lazy to mute that crap. I think it would be humorous though if I had a large enough audience to have actual people chatting pre-stream and just have Geronimo read it all. Might get us in trouble, but that's part of the fun, I guess. But yeah, hey everybody. We're continuing where we left off last time, or rather where I left off the morning after last time, because I kept working on this next panel. Didn't get very far before I wanted to do something else though, so that's what we're gonna be doing today. And oh man, it's been a week too. It's been a week. Seeing a lot of activity on the whole the inclusivity police in the games and stuff like that, man. I regret to inform you all, the inclusivity people are excluding people again. Imagine that. But yeah, the main thing we're gonna be doing is this. Maybe we'll do some gaming when I get tired of it and I'm not tired of streaming. We'll see how the boys feel. Other than that, I've been working on some solo campaign play. I've actually found that the best way to figure out how to design rules for just playing the game naturally is to just play the game with myself. And then when I run into a place where I'm like, oh man, what do I do here? What do the rules say? There's nothing in the rules. I just make up the rules. Surprise. Isn't that weird? You can just play the game with no rules and you'll find out where you need rules. Yeah, that's been fun. Haven't been able to dedicate a whole lot of time to it, but I try to like take a turn every day in my solo campaign. And yeah, I've filled out quite a bit for the sandbox stuff. So hopefully we can get the other boys in for another session and start up a sandbox campaign soon, because I think I'm about ready for it. I think I've got things figured out enough that I could actually run something for other people. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop in the voice chat, and then we'll get to drawing. There we go. So how's it going with you in chat, Cohet? And anybody else in there? Lurkers, where you at? Where's my my actual window for the internet? Want to see who's watching. All right.
Said, call.
Cohet. Why you gotta be like that? Alright. I'm looking at this chick, and I think I drew her shoulders too big. She's a little hefty-bodied. We're gonna have to adjust that.
Hate. Said, it's so rude to call out the lurkers like that. Asterisk.
It's not rude. It's not rude at all.
Cohate. Said, sometimes I forget to switch keyboards back you_you.
No, see, if the lurkers just want to keep lurking, well, they can just do that. But I wanna make an inclusive atmosphere to let the lurkers know that they can feel free to chat if they like. They don't have to be socially anxious about it. Streamers like chatters. It's so much easier to think of things to say when you have actual people to talk to. That's actually something I've been thinking about this week, because I've been trying to keep up with my other streamer friends more. And one thing that always kind of made me not want to watch smaller streamers that much is just because, like, well, for one thing, the chat's not as active, so it's harder for people to just come up with, you know, topics to say off of the top of your head, so the conversation is less interesting, unless, of course, you as a chatter engage in the conversation. And so that I always found that a little bit, like, taxing. I'm usually more of a lurker myself when it comes to hold on. I've got design things to think about. I just had an art. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, chatters. I always, when I'm watching a small streamer, especially one that I know, I always want to, like, engage in the chat. But when I'm watching streamers, I usually want to lurk because I'm working or something.
Said, need to multi-thread your CPU better.
The multi-thread. What the hell are you talking? Oh, you're talking about my brain, my robot brain. Okay. Look, man, this is why you don't get Neuralink. This is partial future tech, right? I'm working with right here. Imagine how bad Neuralink would be. This ancient stuff you guys are twiddling with at the moment. Don't trust Elon Musk on this one. I'm gonna fry your brain. I keep looking over at my OBS screen to try and see the details on the character I'm drawing, but it's so small. I need to remember to look to the other screen. where there's a bigger picture. Let's see. This actually goes upward quite a bit. Let's move that a little bit. Did I finish my last thought? I feel like I didn't. So I will keep talking. Yeah. I usually just watch VODs and stuff when it comes to streamers. Or I'm working whenever they're streaming and I'm just lurking because I'm doing something else. So it's always made it kind of hard to watch people I actually know. Because as said before, to really enjoy a small streamer, you kind of need to be engaged in the chat, I feel. And I just don't always have that luxury.
I, personally, really enjoy silence in some streams. I really don't like it when a streamer feels like they always need to be saying something. It's nice if there's always some commentary, but silence isn't always bad. Although I recognize that's a minority opinion.
Yeah, your minority opinion. Go ahead, you're a minority. But, yeah, from the point of view of somebody who wants to get more people to watch, I definitely would like to be able to talk more myself. So yeah, like I was saying before, hey lurkers, what's up? I see you lurking on Rumble. Or maybe the video is just auto-playing from the main page. I don't know. I don't know how Rumble's thingamajig works anymore. They've been adding some features though. I saw, like, Dingus raided us that one time, and that was cool. So they have raids now, which I wasn't sure about. They also have pinned chats. In fact, let me pin a chat right now. Let's see. Hey, lurkers. Waving hand emoji. It didn't do it. Oh wait, there we go. Hey lurkers, waving hand emoji. Let's see. Pin this message. Awesome. I have pinned my first message to Rumble chat. Here's another thing, Rumble. We have emotes. Wow emoji. It does not appear to be updating. Oh, the pinned message just covers it up. Okay. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, I see the pinned messages are a little bugged. The pinned messages are a little bit bugged right now. Nice try, Rumble. Nice try. Need to fix your execution, though. Now there is a pinned message. Okay, I can hide it. There it is. Nice. Rumble Tech is getting there. They just need the audience. You know what? I said I should make her shoulders less wide. So, let's do that. Oh yeah, she's got a little cape going on here. So we're going to just have that kind of draping down on her arm. Almost straight down. And I'll give the impression there. Why are the pauldrons so hard to draw? Probably has something to do with the fact that I screwed up the anatomy in the first place. You know what? That should work. Alright. Next shoulder. Over here like so. And this one
Kohate
goes like so.
said, just had a brain blast, cat girl with pauldrons.
Pauldrons, okay. Are these... How would pauldrons, look? That is the question. His ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So what makes a pauldron different than a pauldron? Does it just have a design? Is it shaped differently? Is it just like this?
Kohate said, they are 100% pauldrons in the shape of cat paws as if the animal was hanging on the character's shoulders.
Oh, so just straight up like hide armor. You want your barbarian cat girls, I see. I'm sure barbarian cat girls are definitely a thing already, right? Like that's just a thing that definitely goes together naturally.
Kohate said, if not, then they're about to be.
You know, speaking of,
Kohate said,
never mind.
There's that one chick from Chrono Trigger 2, I guess.
Is she a cat girl? Wait, Chrono Trigger. Oh, Chrono Trigger also. Okay, I was like Chrono Trigger 2. You mean Chrono Cross? Is she a cat girl? I don't remember that. I didn't get that far enough into Chrono Trigger because JRPGs bore the hell out of me. I removed some songs from my playlist before I started this. There's a few that, like, as soon as they come on, my brain just stops working and I can't concentrate. So I tried to rid the playlist of them.
Kohate said, not actually, just a barbarian, but she had some cat-like animations.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I think I always stopped playing Chrono Trigger around the... What is it, like the future place? Like you get the frog guy and then you go to the future and then I got bored. Or something like that. I don't remember the sequence of events a whole lot. I hate these freaking buns. Did I complain about this last time? Her freaking buns? I feel like I complained about her freaking buns last time. Maybe I complained about it to myself. I had to get all medieval with it. Should have just drawn regular bun tails on her. There we go. Little oversight from last time that I missed. The headband thingamajig. That holds her buns in place. Her hair buns, specifically. Okay, I'm on the wrong layer.
Kohate said, I was about to say, I could hold her buns in place, smiley face.
Wouldn't we all hold our buns in place? But yeah, I guess I wanted to go with the more medieval look of the buns. Because otherwise it's like way too obvious that she's based on Rosa from Pokemon. Not that I'm care that much to hide it, but I definitely want to change the design up to a degree that it feels like it fits in the world. Which is something I'm a stickler about. I'm a real stickler about the flavor of the world, guys. Let's see, and her cloak hangs down like so, something like that.
Kohate said, Rosa is the country bumpkin?
No, Rosa is the protagonist of Black and White 2. Alright, I need to bring the other guy up because he's got arm stuff that I need to deal with that I can't just trace this thing.
Kohate said, not like this.
What do you mean not like this? Can't you remember every Pokemon character, Kohet?
Kohate said, I don't know my poke girls at all.
That's a shame. You should be ashamed of yourself. Especially for an artist of your proclivities. I think I got the hands pretty well on this thing. I'm kind of impressed with myself that I don't have to do a bunch of extra surgery.
I don't do a lot of big IP. Spare me, oh knower of things, illustrator of memes.
You do like your OCs, I see. But Pokegirls are definitely a common subject of the kind of art circles you run in. So I'm surprised that you don't know more Pokegirls.
Kohate said, I only like May, that's the only poke girl that I find diggable.
May. Interesting. Surely there are others and you just haven't, aren't familiar with them. Like, surely you find, Nessa diggable? Even though she's from the worst generation, she's like one of the best designs. Very diggable. Or are you just thinking of pro tags right here? Lots of gym leaders.
Kohate said, I was just thinking of protags TBH.
I see, I see.
Kohate said, Flannery is, pun intended, pretty hot.
Flannery is like peak gym leader. Very nice. I like the way they did her hair. Whoops, I'm erasing things I shouldn't be. In fact, Flannery was kind of partly an inspiration for Kindle. Kindle over here. Not so much in like, oh, they look alike, but more like the way the hair is done. Because she's obviously got like a flame look to the way she's done her hair. And that's something I wanted to do because of how Flannery's stuff looked, and I liked it. I like the stylization of it. I like it when they get creative with hairstyles. And they make things that like are very cartoony and they look unique. And I need to do that more myself. With the creatures, characters.
Kohate said, I like it when they get creative, smiley face.
How is that a thing to be for the smiley face? What? Somebody's got their head in the gutter, it sounds like. Not a surprise, but on this stream, someone's head in the gutter on a dice bag stream, say it ain't so.
Kohate said, I just meant that I like it when Game Freak is creative, full stop.
But why the quotations?
Kohate said, I am not the gutter man here, dice.
Okay, if you say so. You could have just said you agreed. You didn't have to quote me with a smiley face. That has implications. Oh, this is something else I've been thinking about implementing in the game. Is you know how I always have like
Kohate said, you were talking about hair, I'm talking just holistically.
As I was saying, you know how I have like, I make a point of putting like pouches and crystal holsters and stuff all over these characters. I'm thinking of like implementing that as a game mechanic. So like, you can specifically get gear to make your weapons and items in combat more accessible. So we'd have a rule like, normally you would have to use an action to switch weapons or something like that. However, if you decked out your character with the right kind of gear, they can have other things at the ready, and you don't have to spend an action to switch to them. That might allow for some fun extra mechanics that you can work in, like bringing in magic items for storage purposes and stuff like that. I don't know if that'll be too micromanagey or not. That's the main concern. Also, I really should have like figured out a better design for...
Said, you already know it's gonna be a tin mid micro heavy. Kohate said, but I don't think it sounds that bad.
Geronimo, that is not how you pronounce smidge. What the hell, man? What did he say, a tidmid? Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm always worried about how micromanagey things are going to play in actual practice, but that is kind of par for the course when it comes to our tabletop RPGs and a lot of systems. So it may not be something to really worry so much about. And of course, there's always the thing that I say, where if people don't like a role, they can just ignore it at their table. I fully expect it. Oof. Since I've been doing all the travel rules and stuff and expanding on that, I've actually kind of started to develop almost a system for social encounters too, just naturally. Because the way I've developed it is when you run into like a random encounter with a creature or humans now, since we have like tribesmen in the wilds that you might run into, they start out with like a random disposition, like a hostility score is what I'm calling it, and that kind of colors their initial reaction to you, and like thinking about it as a game mechanic. I've already referenced it in other mechanics that I've designed before that I've repurposed with it, like the repellent item that I've made before. I wrote it originally as like it reduces your chance of encountering wild creatures by a certain amount, but now I've altered that so that it reduces the hostility of the creatures. So like there's ways I'm already interacting with it, and I'm thinking it would be pretty easy to port that into like a system for social encounters that's a little more hard-coded. This is why I need to do playtesting. We need to get Evergrade and Dale in here. And get them back into the sandbox. Throw them into the sandbox, watch them get eaten by wild creatures, and learn from the results. You know, it's actually kind of nice to just do line art from a sketch during the stream, because I don't have to think too hard about it. I don't have to worry about anatomy so much. Except now we have to worry about clothes, which might be worse than anatomy. Because I'm about to draw this dude's arm that I've been procrastinating on and putting off because I don't want to do it. Let's see. He's got his chainmail here. Sleeve. Like so. And then we've got the pauldron. Not the pauldron, but the pauldron. Which are always kind of weird to draw because they're at a point of articulation, but they are rigid. So you got to worry about how it interacts with the body.
Kohate
That should work.
said, honestly, classical armor that's not lamellar is just cursed in art.
Kinda. If it's not heavily articulated, it's like, what do you even do here? How does this even move? People fought in this?
Kohate said, you put women in chainmail bikins not for the sex appeal, but because drawing the rigid shapes suck.
Chainmail Bikins? Geronimo. Come on, man. We can clearly see bikinis there. Is Geronimo woke? Is he not fond of chainmail bikinis? What have I created? That's what I get for using this primitive AI tech we have these days. Chainmail Vikings. But yeah, also yes. I've definitely come to the conclusion that a lot of the way armor is designed in like fantasy is probably because the artist just doesn't want to deal with like accurate armor. What is you posting in Discord now? Yes, yes. The chainmail. Bikin. You know, if she was Western themed instead of Eastern themed, she would definitely have the chainmail bikini. Or plate mail bikini, that's also good. Actually, I prefer that myself. Alright, that wasn't so painful. I survived. I survived drawing the armor. For now. But now I have to draw it on the other side. Alright, at least on this side, set not less of an articulated angle. Okay, that's too small. There we go. Although thinking about it, this should probably like taper in the opposite direction with the way his arm is positioned. Probably make the curve a little more extreme too. And the same for this one. That's another point against drawing armor. It's rigid, but it's not like it's not quite geometric, you know? Oh, the freaking chainmail too. I almost forgot his little sleeve here. Man, clothes in general just suck. I hate drawing clothes.
Oh hey. Said, the blacksmiths are out there acting like squares aren't optimal. SMH my head.
I know, right? Evergrade, if you get in the voice chat, you'll find out about chainmail bikini biking. Oh man, this sleeve looks awful. You know what? I'm tempted to leave his collar open to look like, to more like he's worn out, but I feel like that would be unnecessarily difficult to draw. So I'm just gonna skip that idea.
Kohate said, "Oh, I'm glad you didn't scrape this track."
What, Onslaught? My main theme? No, this is one of the best ones. I need to look up some other soundtracks from old Amiga games or something. Because a lot of them had like unnecessarily good soundtracks for the worst gameplay you've ever encountered. No, one game was Yogi's Big Cleanup, and yes, that's Yogi Bear. Yogi's Big Cleanup had a good soundtrack, but it was literally just like some platformer where you walk around and pick up trash and put it into trash cans. And they had an underwater level. They had an underwater level, man. I believe you played as Boo Boo in the underwater level. And you might have had a fish body. I don't know. I might be mixing that up with the Monty Python game. Monty Python game was freaking whack. They had you playing as Mr. Gumby.
Said, "I didn't even know there was a Monty Python game."
Oh, it's something. It is very interesting. So you play as Mr. Gumby, which is their character that's basically just a retard. He talks like this all the time. And he says, "My brain hurts." But it's basically just like, I don't know, an action platformer, I guess you might say. It's like one of those platformers where you have to like shoot enemies. He like spits stuff out, I think. I don't remember how his weapon works, but yeah. Oh, you know what? He like shoots fish or something. He like throws fish at things, I think. That's how he kills things. That's how you kill the enemies.
Said, like Monty Python Contra?
That would be giving it far too much credit, I think. But there's like a segment after each level called an argument, where you go into your boss's office and have an argument with him. Well, okay, it's not your boss, I guess. It's based on one of their sketches where somebody like goes to some place where they can pay to have an argument with somebody. So you have an argument after every stage, and you'll get like bonus points for it. And the whole mechanic is just like the other guy will say either no it isn't or yes it is, and you have to countermand what he's saying by twisting the joystick in the opposite direction. Game was dumb as hell, but I guess what do you expect from Monty Python? And it was a very weird, like, borderline body horror kind of world they had going on in that game.
Kohate.
You should look it up. I can't describe it.
43 dumb.
Yeah, you should look that game up. Monty Python... No, I don't know if it was actually an Amiga game or if it was like an arcade game, because I realized in my older age, trying to boot that thing up back on the old thing that my uncle used to play it, that when you first boot it up, it starts playing Keygen music and is on like a cheat screen. So, I don't know where he got it from. But I don't think he bought it. I was surprised to realize that Keygen music had been around for so long. Before I even knew it, this guy's almost done. I just got you to draw the head. Actually, I feel like his tabard is, or his scapula, or whatever you want to call that thing, is not quite right.
Kohate. Said, pretty zippy.
Maybe I just need to, draw the rest of his chest hanging through. There's another oldie that I did not remove. Wood must fall. $2077. Alright, enough procrastinating. Time to draw the head.
Kohate said, "It's okay, he doesn't have a helmet, should be easy."
Should be. Don't have to worry too much about face geometry. As he's a cartoon without a helmet. Eat your heart out, Evergrade. You wish you could draw ears like this and remember that they exist. Where's he at? That is way too projective. Is that a word, projective? It is now. Alright, I feel like the hair does not quite align with the angle of his face the way it's drawn here. So let's take this and kind of tweak it like so. It feels slightly too big, so I'm going to shrink her up a tad. And then we want to add a little bit of a shadow here. Whoops. Got the wrong layer selected, but that's okay. It works on either one. Look at that, it's almost done. I am gonna make this a little bigger. It doesn't look proportioned right with the other side. Alright, we just got this place left and then faces, and then we should be good on this one. Now I just have to maneuver around this so that we're not getting an upskirt shot.
Kohate said, giving her the ol' Skullgirls Passover.
Speaking of stuff like that, I assume you're talking about censorship they were going through on Skullgirls a while back. Apparently they like did a re-release of like a remastered Tomb Raider game, and they censored some pinup pictures of Lara Croft in the actual game and just removed them entirely. Been seeing a lot of that kind of thing going around this week. Honestly, one of the reasons I freaking I started the
Kohate
words dice bag.
said, I was really hoping you were going to say and they made her even bustier.
No, no. That never happens, Kohead. That never happens. I made the official Creatures Twitter account as a separate thing from my normal account. Just because I've been getting more into the whole the culture war kind of thing going down on my main account. And I don't want that to be the entirety, the only place where people can see the creature stuff, you know. If people aren't into that, they can just follow the official account and it'll be clear. And also, there's some Twitter shenanigans going on that I also want to test out with an alternate account. Twitter's in a weird mess at the moment. I saw Musk has recently announced that people who are botting for fake engagement are going to be banned and their bot farms traced to the source.
Said, if I'm not being hit by the good side of the /culture war / I'm being hit by the bad side of the /culture war / I can't escape it, doesn't matter who I follow.
I know, right? Oh, some of the new discourse now, people are, the same people who are freaking out about Stellar Blade and how sexy that character is, are now going gaga for every character in the Hades 2 game. That's been a major point now, in the last couple days. And like, I figured out the formula a long time ago for these people. Everybody keeps being like, oh, it doesn't make any sense, it's inconsistent. No, it's actually consistent very well. See, Eve from Stellar Blade is just an attractive female. The characters in Hades are fetishized weirdos that are like gay or degenerate in some way. That's the key. If you want your game to have attractive or sexualized characters, then they have to be gay or whores or something.
Kohate said, yeah, they're just hypocrites and they don't want you specifically to be happy.
They just have a stick up their butt about anything normal.
Kohate said, hey now, Aphrodite in that Hades 2 art does look way better than Eve though, FR.
Big disagree. Now, Eve's design pushes too many of my buttons. You're not gonna win me over on that one. Just because you have a generic woman with long hair, but is also naked. Not gonna work. What the hell is this layer right here? Okay, that's his head.
Kohate said, wow, this is kinda crazy.
What's kinda crazy? Call me maybe? Is that what's crazy?
Kohate said, I saw a post earlier that I very much agreed with that just said, yeah, Eve is pretty, but she's just so boring.
What the hell? Where did I go? Are you freaking kidding me? How long has VTube Studio crashed? Ah! Don't look at that. Yes, yes, pop-ups.
Kohate said, behind the scenes.
Shut up with your pop-ups, VTube Studio. Alright, alright. I'm back. I have no idea how long I've been missing. I drew these on the same layer. Okay. Alright, I think that works. I think all I have left is the faces. And it'll be good. Well, actually, she does need to have like the talisman in her hands that she's using to perform the healing with. Because you don't just heal people with your bare hands in creatures. You gotta have some kind of thing. I've never actually fully drawn the design for like the Viridian Order talismans. Perhaps I should do that right now. Before I actually call this thing finished or put the finishing touches on it. You know what, though? I don't see how Aphrodite isn't boring. Alright, FaceTime. That is the wrong place to put the layer. Aphrodite is just naked chick with red hair. Is she not?
Kohate said, "For me, it's the pose, the jewelry, and the way the hair is the censorship. It's a very engaging illustration." Kohate said, "But you know what else? Maybe I'm a racist and I just hate Asians."
Yeah, that's not cool. It's not cool if it's not against the French or the Chinese. A lot of the critics do seem to have a stick up their butt about Asians, though. It'd always be like, Asian woman? Oh, she's 12 years old and you're a pedophile.
Kohate said, "It may come as a shock, but I do actually like Asian women and am not a racist. Eve is very pretty, but I've watched so many K-dramas with the missus at this point that she's possibly the most boring character I've seen since Laura Croft."
I have not ruined my taste with K-dramas. Kinda just don't watch anything dramatic related these days. Because who has time for that? Ain't nobody got time for that. Not when you're trying to make a game. Ugh. Trying to make a game and do art and play test with yourself.
Kohate said, "Did you know, South Korea has the most facial plastic surgery per capita in the world?"
I have heard something like that, that South Korean women will just like get plastic surgery.
Said, "Fun facts of plastic people for a plastic place."
I've heard of like a case where some dude was married to a South Korean woman, and one day she just went out and got plastic surgery without saying anything to him, and he was like, "What the hell?" Yeah, it's a little weird. Not gonna lie. South Korea feels like it's kind of not real. Like, it's clearly a distinct thing from other Asian countries, but it's like where its influence is from. Partly from US colonialism, partly from copying Japan, but not really wanting to admit they're copying Japan because they hate Japan. Then they're also sandwiched between China. And they definitely have the weakest traditional dress of the Asian nations, I would say. They're like kimono equivalents are not so nice looking, in my opinion. And Korean's a weird sounding language too.
Said, "I don't know, China has some pretty bad ones. But the hanbok is pretty mid."
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen too many different Chinese things, since China is such a big place. Obviously, they got more than the standard Han culture over there. And also, my brain, of course, just goes straight to like the keepy for obvious reasons. I am gonna move this up a tad. Now give me a little more room to fit the face in. And it'll just look more correct. Or it should look more correct. Alright, let's see them guidelines. Something about this eye makes me wonder if it's gonna work or not. I think it will, but just something about the angle that it's at making things difficult. Let's give it a flip to the other side and see how she looks.
Kohate said, it kind of looks like it's tilted off the actual plane of the face.
Let's remove the sketch and see what it'll... Oh yeah. I see the problem. Kind of. Okay, that's not right. I think one of the things is kind of throwing it off is her bangs here. Sometimes I don't know why I bother drawing guides, because I usually end up moving them out away from the guides. She's got kind of an angular nose going. Hmm. I think part of this is the way I have the head drawn. That's making it look awkward. Go ahead. Finally decided to join me, did you? He's still muted. Anyways, I was thinking I should probably move the cheek down a bit here. I think that's kind of getting in the way of the facial structure. think I might be satisfied with that. Wait a second. Oh no, he's just muted.
Wait, what do you mean I'm muted?
I had you muted. Probably from whatchamacallit. The game.
From that one day where
That
I was
one
just
game.
yapping. I understand.
You
Couldn't
know,
bear to listen to me anymore.
the day with the scary game.
True. Some games do be scary.
So
I
what's
was
up?
thinking to myself, oh, not much. I went out. I socialized with my actual, in real life family. And now
Wow.
I'm like just about tapped for like human socialization. But I have still decided to show up and say, hello, how's it going?
It's going. Some might say okay, but it's going.
I also came to more succinctly elaborate on my feelings about Eve from hit video game that has yet to be released, Stellar Blade.
Uh-huh.
And my problem with Eve is that she is... I don't understand why people like Eve over any of the other interesting characters in media. That's it. That's pretty much it. Like I feel like if somebody came to me and was like, "Oh yeah, man, Biken's the shit. Love Biken. Love Milia. Love Cortana," or like these other characters, I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm with you. Unique, interesting characters." Like I don't think Aphrodite is particularly amazing, but I think she's like better aesthetically than Eve. But the thing that I'm seeing and what has got me particularly burnt up is that you have a lot of people who have latched on to the idea of like an attractive female character from this specific video game as a way to be like, no, you see, there have been no attractive female characters in other video games until Stellar Blade. And it's like, brother, they exist. They're out there. But because you've never cared about them until this moment, now they've all been co-opted and turned ugly. And there's nothing you can do about it. You failed me. I'm personally offended. And I'm crying. I've been owned by the libs, as it were.
So who are these characters that you're thinking people should have been paying more attention for exactly?
Okay, so for starters, right? Because I'm a fighting game player, there's like oodles. Like you can take anybody from Blaze Blue. You can take anybody from Guilty Gear. You can take the old characters from the old Mortal Kombats, right? Before they,
Yeah.
got the Skullgirls treatment. Pre-Skullgirls even. You have games like Dead or Alive, where the characters in that game are also incredibly boring, but they're pretty. And those sold like gangbusters as far as like video games are concerned.
Yeah.
Other games with pretty characters in them, I have to go into my library because if it's not a fighting game, I don't know it off the top of my head. Street Fighters cast of female characters, and even some of the more dubiously female characters, all very attractive.
I think the main point that's driving people is, first of all, the fits that certain people had over Eve's design on social media.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the fact that it makes people angry is one of the main contributing reasons as to why she's like a popular character. It has like the actual appreciation of Eve as a character has very little to do with Eve as a character, and more to do with the environment in which she is located. And I think that's so sad.
There's kind of the what do you call that? The angle of this whole thing where like attractive women in video games was kind of just taken for granted until people started saying, hey, let's ugly these other characters up that used to be pretty, and like let's stop making pretty characters, and made a whole narrative around that. And
Right.
there's just there's a lot of the discourse is a backlash to the change that people are trying to force.
I guess, but I'm not seeing a lot of. Well, I guess I am seeing a lot of change, right? Because I liked Mortal Kombat, and I enjoyed Mortal Kombat 11. And when they rolled out the models for the new Mortal Kombat, I went, ugh, what is you?
Yeah, right.
Gross.
The thing is, like at this point in the whole the discourse, it's pretty well established that if you don't go after these things when they first rear their head, they're gonna keep getting worse.
Only for the things that you liked, because new things will show up and replace them eventually.
Yeah, but those are
Which is-
slow. Like, I'm making one
are
of those
slow.
things, and let me tell you, it's slow to get people to come in and be like, oh, hey, this thing looks like it might be cool. The women don't look like men in this.
Right. And it's even slower to do that with something that's not just pandering, I guess. Because like I feel like Nier has gotten less attention than Stellar Blade. Like if you were to look at SEO and just like the amount of eyes on a product, I feel like there are far more people who know about Stellar Blade now than know about Nier Automata. And there's a
Really?
I think so.
I
think that
don't
if
know
I were to do
about
a man on the
that.
street and just like ask normal people, have you heard of Nier Automata? Have you heard of Stellar Blade? I'm gonna ask people about Stellar Blade, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, that's the bigot game." I'm gonna ask them about Nier, and they're gonna go, "What?"
I think that's the wrong way to go about it. You ask them about Stellar Blade, and then you ask them about 2B. People will know 2B,
Right.
but they may not know Eve, but they might know Stellar Blade.
You think so? I don't think they would know. I think the reason that they would know Stellar Blade and not Eve as the character is because the character is boring.
I think it has more to do with the name.
You just think people think Eve and they're like, oh yeah, Adam and Eve, easy peasy, I'm out.
Yes.
I don't know.
I think it's
I don't
just
know about that.
not a very iconic name for her. So, like, I don't see too many people using her name. It's just, they just refer to the game.
I see. I find that very interesting as to why they refer to the game and not the character.
Like, it is true, she's not like a super spectacular, interesting design. But still would.
I mean, yeah, she's fine, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with her, but there's also nothing that's particularly great with her. It's aspirational, but like at a minimum. And I don't know anything about the actual character. Maybe the character is great, but nobody's like actually talking about the character. It's just
Well, nobody
there
knows.
made a pretty lady.
Nobody knows the character yet because the game's not released.
Well, usually you get like PR, you get like little personality snippets. They do that with a lot of games where they're like, here's a little teaser. This is what you can expect. But you haven't even gotten that.
Yeah, I think it's mostly focused on like the combat, the stuff they've released.
And the combat looks... It's just like... What?
It
It's
looks like
Nier with
fairly
a little bit
generic.
of Dynasty Warriors. It's the little... Fight big thing. Kill the big thing. But it's fine. It's fine.
Like, it's definitely not a game I'm going to go out and buy, partly because it's like, I think it's a PS5 exclusive.
Oh, is it?
I think.
Disgusting. You know what? I'm joining the other side. I think Stellar Blade is a game for porn addicts, is the term they were throwing around for a while. That's what the P in PS5 stands for.
Porn Addict 5.
Porn Addict Station 5, actually.
Porn Addict Station.
The A is silent. Yeah.
That sounds like it could be some kind of Among Us knockoff game. Porn Addict Station.
Oh no.
I am screwing up this face.
I just think that the character's left eye is off.
Like
me.
the eye on my left or her left?
The character's left.
The
Her
character's left. There's something odd about the way the face lays on the head, and that's kind of part of drawing cartoons in positions. Let me try a flip, actually. I forget I can do that. Flip horizontal.
The forbidden knowledge.
Convert the text layer or 3D layer to a raster. Blah,
What
blah,
are
blah.
Do you have the navigator open? Can you see the navigator? There's a button underneath the navigation plane that just lets you flip in a single click.
Yeah, I don't know where that is. There's too many buttons on these things. Oh wait, I see... Let's see. Flip to navigator, fit to screen. Flip horizontal. Okay, I see.
Yeah. It's okay, I'll be your Indian tech support.
It feels like the face doesn't take up enough of the head.
I'm sorry, what?
The face doesn't take up enough of the head.
Like it all sits too low.
Kinda. Part of that's why I was trying to figure out the whole head structure with the hairline and stuff. I feel like that's one of the things that's holding it back.
I feel like the head shape is fine. It's just the actual face portion is curious.
Let me see the whole...
Small micro adjustments here and there.
Reduce the curve on the headband. I feel like that's making the face look a little more 3D than it should. Like, anime characters kind of have flat faces.
Basically, the pugs of art.
Yes. Oh, kind of. Unless you see them from the profile. Then they have squished noses.
Their nose just melds into the upper lip. It's weird. Really curious. Anime is a excellent art style. It's very aesthetic.
Alright, let's try the flip button again. Oh, that's so much better.
Oh, gotta wait for it to update live.
I think
It's a bit better.
I think it's better, yeah.
I think maybe one of them is a bit larger than the other, but in terms of like where they are on the face, it looks better.
One of them is definitely larger because it's in perspective.
Mm. Yeah, that looks better. Definitely. I just saw like a little transform.
Yeah. There we go. Now, I'm going to save this before I do another thing.
What's the other thing?
I'm gonna try and work out a design for the talisman thing that she has in her hand there. Because it's basically just a rock with some gems on it that I drew in her palm.
Right.
Because I didn't want to figure it all out at the time.
the critical error. I will do this later. He said, knowing he would live to regret it.
Yes. Yeah. So, we're gonna bring up the whole Viridian Order thing with all the equipment of them. Let's see if I can find a spot to put something new on there. I don't know how I'm going to do the shading on those other panels, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I want to do like a kind of a painterly black and white thing, like Manga. But I've also got it so like every little panel just is line art, but with the clipping mask of the brown color on it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I start like painting on it, let me see. The way I would normally try to do it. Okay, maybe that'll work. I'm glad I figured that out right now. But yeah, the whole idea of the way I like to work with that kind of thing is just to do it with opacity rather than like actual physical colors on everything where the lights and the darks are their own things. And I was worried that if I just drew it like so, it would just all be like solid brown because of how the clipping mask might work.
Right.
But that is not the case. I no longer have to worry about that.
The problem has resolved itself. Excellent.
Anxiety dissuaded. Let's see. I should probably bring up like the sigil of the Viridian Order, because I might be able to base it on that. Right there. This is another problem I'm gonna have, because I have not quite clearly defined what talismans in general look like in the creature's world.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm kind of flying by my seat of my pants because I've been procrastinating on this one for so long.
Have you considered putting this on a temporary hold and just like working out what the talismans will look like?
If I put it on temporary hold, I'll never do it.
Uh-oh.
This is how we get things done. We run into problems and fix them on the spot. I was saying before, like, this is how I'm making the rules in my for like the expanded campaign thing with the travel rules and everything else like that, and the random generation. I simply play until I run into a case where I need rules and then make those rules up on the spot. And write them down. Sometimes I forget to write them down, and then I'm like, what? How did I determine that last time?
You have to present like a mathematical proof on how the rule came about.
Yes, I have to document it. Like, this specific action requires a roll of sense plus navigation against a difficulty of the area's density plus 5. You know, maybe I should try and making this like more leaf shaped. Roll for Booba, Dale says.
I don't know what he's on about, to be honest with you.
I don't know. Who knows? Couldn't have anything to do with the things we've been talking about.
Impossible. So I've been playing some Cookie Clicker.
Yes.
And I've triggered the Gramapocalypse. Which is apparently a good thing because it increases your cookies per second substantially through the use of wrinklers.
Wrinklers?
And, yeah, they're like small chewy boys that eat at your giant cookie, the cookie from which all other cookies are derived.
I see.
Reducing, so each wrinkler reduces your overall cookies per second. However, if you pop a wrinkler, you then get 100% of the cookies they ate, plus 1% of all the cookies all Wrinklers have eaten since that Wrinkler has been alive. Which is it's a net boost to your cookies per second. So I was doing some math to see if there was like an optimal time in which I should pop the Wrinkler, and it would appear as though no one has done this math.
Really?
So I will simply pop the Wrinklers as is needed and continue to click on cookies. This game is crack, by the way. I don't know if you've played it recently. It's not good.
Quite a ringing endorsement.
It may be. It's first of all, it's the only idle game that I've ever played. It's also the best idle game I've ever played.
Strange how those two things go hand in hand, isn't it?
It really is. But I also think that it's not the best because it's the only. I think it's the best because it's a very complete game. Like there's a cookie stock market in the game where you purchase and sell things to increase your cookies per second substantially. And you very much have the ability to buy high and sell low, which I did a couple of times on accident and a couple of times out of strategic necessity. But mostly I'm buying low, selling high. I'm doing the correct thing.
Mm-hmm. I do kind of miss games that actually have like an in-game economy that's not pay to play.
Yeah, this is just the this is a cookie-based economy, and it's totally arbitrary and fun.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
It's like you pick up some game these days, and it's like, oh, do you want to buy things from the store? And it's like, yes, okay, get out your credit card. And it's like, oh, I thought this was an in-game store for in-game items. Like I was going to the shopkeep in the village or something, but no.
Right. It's like Final Fantasy. You collect a gil, and then you spend the gil.
What a novel idea.
Goods and services.
Anyways, I'm looking up leaves.
It's
Dale
420.
Pop
I think I know what leaf you should pick.
Yeah, I miss games.
No. Dale, over in YouTube chat. You got out of the Discord. Says yeah, I miss games.
A truly verdant order.
Treasure_chest. Said, for one, the way you handle hair is so sick, on your AV, fuck hair.
Treasure chest?
Said, he'll be back in the Discord after breakfast.
Alright, we're gonna have to turn Geronimo off.
Said, it's so nice, just enough to sell the message with less lines.
Treasure chest in the YouTube says, for one, the way you handle hair is so sick on your avatar. It's nice just enough to sell the message with less lines. Well, thanks, I guess. I don't like to draw complex hair. I don't like to draw complex anything, honestly.
You should have seen him talking about the buns on this lady character earlier.
Yeah.
Hair buns, specifically.
The buns. With the net, the hair net. The medieval style.
I'm a big fan of complex hair. Personally, I say the more braids, the better. A couple of cowlicks. In what are those things, like afro puffs? Just, you know, really go ham. Alternatively, hog wild. just really come back home from the salon ready to go, ready to give it your best.
You know what? I do like drawing complex styles, but I don't like putting in like every little detail.
Well, if you draw every strand of hair, you've made a terrible mistake.
Well, not every strand, but there's some styles where they like really put in the detail.
Yeah. Can't say I'm a fan. I want more hairstyles that are just bobo, and it's just a perfect circle tool afro on top of a head. That's where the money's at.
Animator shortcuts. Let's see, Dale says, like afro buns where they're puffy as if an attempt to do twin tails. I do like those.
Pretty slick.
I like double buns in general, and also buns, and also twin tails, and also any kind of hair that pulls the hair up away from the neck.
Oh my gosh.
Speaking of, can you guess why I do like Eve's design?
Just a ponytail.
It's a side
Because-
ponytail. That's a little
my
different.
gosh.
It's slightly better.
It's the same.
It is not the same.
Oh, I have a ponytail. It's at the back of my head. Oh, I have a ponytail. It's 6 inches to the left of the back of my head.
The side
They're all
ponytail does
ponytails.
not obscure the back and the nape.
Oy, okay.
This is
all right.
important.
I can't. I'm
Important
too sleepy
distinctions.
to fight you on this.
But anyways, back to looking up leaves. You know, I never would have gotten anything done if y'all came into voice chat earlier.
Ultimately, unless you're doing realism, the less, the more. My waifu in my dreams has a ponytail all day. I actually kind of think that people over detail in realism a lot. One thing I was looking at, I was reading a book by, where is it? I actually have it on my desk. By James Gurney. Famous book, Color and Light. And it's like a kind of scientific breakdown of how light and color just like affect each other from like a viewer's standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that he was getting at was like, if something is dark or in shadow, you really don't have to like render or describe any information beyond the form of the thing in shadow. Because the more you elaborate on what's in the shadow, the more unrealistic it looks.
Kinda. I mean, it describes on how depends on how dark the shadow is you're talking about.
Right. Like, if it's not like occluded, you will see some detail. But like, if a person is in the sunlight and they have the sun hitting like their face directly, and then their neck is in shadow, and their neck isn't getting a lot of bounce light off of the ground because maybe they're in like a field or they're in something where the light is like more easily diffracted. If you give the texture of the neck as much detail as the texture of the face, well then it gets weird. It doesn't look right. And I thought that was interesting.
Okay, I almost did an oopsie with CSP.
Uh-oh.
I went and made a normal ruler instead of a symmetry ruler.
You're about to take some measurements.
I started drawing and I'm like, why is it not mirroring what I'm drawing? Oh wait, it's not. My pen doesn't have a snapping enabled. I will enable snapping. Oh wait, now it's drawing a straight line. That's not right.
Treasure Chest says, I come from it in a direction of if someone is ponytailing, they don't care that much about appearance, which is super hot. I definitely don't see it that way. I'm just like, you know, it's probably convenient.
That's like the tomboy perspective,
Oh, I see.
I think. You know, she puts the hair up in the ponytail so she doesn't have to deal with it.
It's not caring about appearances, but I think there is a difference there for sure. Like if I had long enough hair, I'd put it in a ponytail. Maybe. I'm not sure. I've been bald all my life. Bald-ish.
Dale says, I could have been in here 5 hours ago, but I decided to nap. Dang it, Dale.
I was debating on napping. I'm feeling that big time.
You know what? It feels like a lot of people are kind of winding down, like, just recently.
Recently, like these days, or recently,
Like this week or this month.
What do you mean by winding down?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like
like-
everybody's less active.
Like the spaces you're in are de-energized.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
And
that.
it's driving me crazy. Because I'm trying to keep my energy up and... You know, I make a thing and it's like, here's a thing, and everybody's like, oh, I guess that's a cool thing.
They give you the thumbs up. That meme.
Yeah.
I think it's just April. It's spring. People are bogged down with their allergies. I don't know. This time of year, I think, often feels very lazy and humdrum.
Yeah, that's wild to me. Like, it doesn't feel like that for me.
How? What's your secret?
I don't know. I guess, you know what? This is the time of year I go out to mow my yard. And I'm like, oh, I'm all ready to mow my yard. I get to do some sunlight. And, you know, like, actually get physical activity.
Okay.
And then
Mower's broke.
Yes. I get on the mower, which happened recently, and I turn it on, and it turns on, and I drive forward, and it goes, and I get about 20, 30 feet out the garage, and it stops. And then I'm like, well, why did you stop? I'm ready to do this. I don't have time to do this other times. Why'd you decide to stop now? And then I get a little annoyed. And when I get annoyed, I get energized. I get opinionated. I say things. And, you know, this happened just last week. So this week it's been like, oh, time to get in Twitter fights.
Oh man, I don't know how you have the energy. There's nothing I want to do less. I can't imagine.
It helps when you have a job when there's a lot of like waiting.
Gotcha. Do you find it? I guess is it fun? Just like arguing?
I try not to argue. That's the thing.
Oh. Interesting.
I find it more interesting to just drop a bomb, and if people get annoying, I will just block them.
I mean, that's the way to handle it. I am, of course, big proponent of mutes and blocks. I think they're underutilized tools.
Yeah. There's just like, there's too many people who just don't argue in good faith, so I've just given up on arguing with most of them. I'll share my opinion and that's it. That's all you get.
I don't even like arguing in good faith, to be honest. Like, I feel like if I don't think there's ever been a time, online or offline, where I've entered into an argument where I've walked away. It might be because I'm bad at argumentation. But I've never like walked away from an argument, especially like an ideologically driven one, where I've been like, I have changed this person's mind.
Yes. that is a big reason why I don't bother with it. Hey Dale, how's it going?
I don't want to acknowledge Dale.
Are we blocking Dale?
No, we're not blocking him. He's just the ghost man.
He's still using the Discord chat instead of speaking like a normal human being.
Truly bizarre.
I don't know how to respond to that.
You can't respond with emojis in real life, huh?
Well, like, I'm not showing my face. I'm not gonna just, like, here's me, I'm crying.
Oh no.
Hey, and let me update my profile picture to be me, but crying.
Dale, do you know super wolf sniper something? What's his name? He's like a YouTube video essayist who just covers like weird niche internet topics. or
Super Eye
games.
Patch Wolf?
Yeah, do you know Super Eye Patch Wolf? Do you guys like live close together?
What, is he Australian? I didn't know that.
He is Australian. He does have your accent as well, like your specific variety of accent.
I would find that hard to believe because my accent is a mix of multiple.
I mean, that is kind of how accents work.
Yeah, but like, for Australian, I have a pretty odd accent.
I just wanted to confirm that
No,
you are not Super Eye Patch Wolf.
I am not Super Eye Patch Wolf because
Okay.
my first video essay would be about Spectacular Spider-Man, which I don't think he's ever done.
No, he has not.
And then
Do
my
you have
second
a
one
video
would be
essay
about
out there?
Star Wars. No, I've got like, as with all my projects, the bare minimum of a script idea and then nothing else.
You are also not Nitro Rad. Is that correct?
That's what I do not know.
Dale, are you perhaps Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter?
No, he's
No.
dead. He's deceased.
No, but he lives on in our hearts.
He does.
Does he really? I feel like.
I mean, he's got it. Stingray's got his heart.
Oh my god. You know, I learned today, not all rays sting. Turns out, it's just the stingrays. Specifically, like, the Australian variety.
I wonder what tipped you off for that one.
You're not gonna believe this. I was shocked to discover. Because I thought that, like, every ray was a stingray. But no, turns out it's just the stingrays that are stingrays. Shocker.
Dude, you
I
know
know.
what's really screwed up? Is manta rays and stingrays have like completely different anatomy.
What do you mean they have completely different anatomy?
Like they have completely different body structures, like in the details. Like obviously they're both kind of like wavy, flappy boys. But here, let me pull up a new
yeah, like
canvas for you. Like a stingray is kind of shaped like so, and it's got like eyes up here on its head, and it's got like a
Yeah,
bridge. But then you've got like manta rays, right?
and they're shaped like cool,
And they've
They're,
got like
awesome.
they've got like these things, and I think their faces are on the bottom.
I think that's right.
They're either
Are
on the
those
bottom
all
or they're up
bones?
here.
Yeah, manta rays are more like plane shaped, like kite shaped,
Yeah.
like
Stingrays are
cool
more
bombers.
shield-like.
Yeah.
Um,
Now that's an interesting idea for like a fucking creature, eh?
well, I mentioned this because I was looking this stuff up when I was drawing the Pupode,
Mm.
and his family.
You just deadass said poop.
I did say poop. Your point?
You're so stupid. Oh my gosh. I hate that. That's funny. You got me.
There's no point. Continue.
Are those all bones in those skeletons? What are those? Is it like cartilage?
Probably cartilage.
I don't want to know. They're scary.
Like all mammals basically have like the same general skeletal shape. But the second you hop in the ocean, in the water, it gets crazy in there.
Yeah, two fish that look the same are part of the same major family. It turns out they have no similarity in their bone structure. It's like, what? How are these the same animal?
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of stock into the way
Fish
scientists
should be real.
classify some things. Let's just
Apparently
say.
there are now 2 different types of orcas.
Man, maybe we should do the church method. Anything that's in water is a fish, so we can eat it on Sundays.
Is that not true?
It is very much not true.
Like in the layman's term.
I mean, by that definition, we can argue since people live in certain coastlines at the beach every other weekend, you know?
Is a turtle a fish?
Our sea turtles are fish.
But they're the same family as land turtles.
Yeah, but because you have to differentiate, one is a sea turtle and one is a land turtle.
Who
They're
decided
different.
that
It's okay.
eating things that are not fish but from the ocean was a good idea, like octopi and things like that?
I don't know, but I want them strung up by their heels. To be
Like,
honest.
I don't even hate like cephalopod food. I don't know what to call the meat of an octopus.
Food.
I
You
don't
can
even
call it bad if you want.
But yeah, it's not the best texture, and a
I
lot of fish
hear
are
you.
kind of bland in flavor.
I have not tried octopus before.
Salmon slaps though. Big fan of salmon.
Octopus and squid are both like eating rubber. Like
That tracks. It looks like it would be rubbery.
imagine you have like a strip of a tire. You put some soy sauce on it because it has no flavor by itself, and you just like chew that for like 3 minutes, and you're like, ah, delicious, because you don't want to offend your host. That's the octopus / squid eating experience.
Yeah, most seafood seems like it kind of has the same taste to it generally.
Which is weird because it's like the most diverse environment on the planet.
Yeah. Well, I guess if
And
you're
yet,
just submerged in seawater...
Everything that comes out of it is just ass.
Hey now, tuna is awesome. Tuna is great.
Yeah, tuna's fine. Salmon's pretty good. You know what? I don't eat them a lot, but big shout out to the shellfish. They're pretty aight.
I had a clam chowder.
They feel weird in the mouth, but they taste good.
I was not a fan of any kind of shellfish, really.
Well, the problem with shellfish down here is that half of them are poisonous, so you know.
The way I see it, a shellfish killed Bruce Lee. So how could I possibly stand a chance?
Yeah, you
You
know, he's
know?
got a good point.
Best to not risk it.
Was he allergic to shellfish?
I think he had a shellfish allergy and then an allergy to the medicine used to treat
Oh,
his
lovely!
shellfish
That's
allergy.
fantastic. Thanks, modern medicine. Science saves the day.
Oh,
If-
that is some bad luck.
God damn. Yeah, that's tragic.
Oh no, you've got a rare allergy. Oh no, you're allergic to the cure. Wow.
It's kind of like how there are people who are allergic to eggs and they're like, oh, it's not that bad. I'm just allergic to eggs. It's no big deal. And it's like, dog, that's penicillin. That's like the easiest. You're allergic to the most common medicine. You're going to die. So, history.com, because I didn't want to just lie to you. History.com says that Bruce Lee was likely not actually allergic to aspirin, but instead had a heat stroke resulting from his body's inability to produce sweat, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
How... Did they just wet his body in the movies or something?
I guess.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him sweat.
How does one die from sweat?
Well, it's the lack of sweat.
He couldn't dissipate heat. He's like a dog. He should have been panting.
But that doesn't work for people. That actually makes it worse.
Does it?
Yeah. Because you're generating more heat when you do that as a human. Because your tongue muscles are pretty intense.
Are they? Are they more intense than a dog's?
I guess so. Dogs don't really speak, do
Yeah,
they?
Yeah, not only that, but like dogs aren't designed to sweat because they can't.
Wait, can dogs not sweat?
Dogs don't sweat.
No,
I don't. Most animals don't sweat.
I thought it was just like pigs that don't sweat.
Now that's one of the advantages that humans have over animals is that we can sweat.
Chalk one more bullet up on the human scoreboard.
Apparently, pigs do sweat. It's just extremely minimal.
I found this article called A through Z Animals.com. What animals sweat? We found 7 different ones.
Only 7.
And
Does
they
that include
list-
people?
It does not include people. They agree with humanist ascensionism. They list the hippo, the dog,
What?
old world monkeys, gorillas, chimps, zebras, horses,
damn.
and then they also throw in donkeys.
Yeah, that is funny because like dogs are like the go-to stereotype. Like, yeah, they can't sweat.
I'll conduct
Apparently
further
they,
research.
just like pigs, they also have sweat glands.
It must be very minimal.
It's just around their paws, apparently.
Ah.
They get special treatment for the toe beans. I see.
It's weird to me that the hippo would sweat.
Yeah, they're usually
think it wouldn't need to.
wet, aren't they?
Yeah. Like the monkeys, the old world chimps, the gorillas. That all makes sense. They're kind of close to us. But the hippo is just out there.
So I was actually gonna mention a couple of things. First thing, shout out to Minds.com for being the most bipolar feed ever.
Oh no.
Like, I'm scrolling down, looking at my blue archive waifus, and then the next one's, how do I even describe it?
Can you even describe it?
I don't know, cause like, you get sometimes and it's, like, let's be honest, it's not good conspiracy theories. It's very, like, you pulled this out of your ass, this isn't fun, this isn't funny, this is just, okay, chill bro. Like, and then the next one's like, some boomer with a really out-of-date meme thinking they've just discovered something new. And it's like,
Hey, it's new to them.
This is like 7 years old, dude.
Yeah.
And then it's like, then there's the friends art, and it's like, oh, that's nice.
The
What is my feed? Like, at least with Twitter, I know what I'm getting.
What
Do
have
you
you
know what
been
you're getting?
following?
It's not, it's just the shit that mine starts. It's like, this is a boosted post, so you need to see it. It's like, no.
Oh, boosted
No.
posts. I don't see those because I'm like a Minds Premium or whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm poor, so I do see them, and it's very jarring. It's jarring looking at Evergrade soy jacks, and then all of a sudden, something about, like, setting up a revolution in one state that has, like, 2 likes on it.
You don't want to read about how men are gaslit every day by women, beta males, and society who just
I
want to
don't
blame
need
men
to.
for
I already
everything rather
believe
than
that.
acknowledging.
I hate
Oh my
women. I already
gosh.
believe
Alright.
that. I don't
What's
need to read
the-
about it. I live it, bro.
Hold on, let me find the next boosted post in my feed.
That's me, for real, for real.
Dale is like, your
Um,
conspiracies are too weak.
Yeah, I guess that's the issue, isn't it? You
Like,
don't
I've got
want to read
one-
about. Oh, go ahead.
So I've got one that's about, like, an AI-generated Hobbit. And it's like, yeah, it kind of looks like an old fantasy film, but it's like, this isn't really relevant to anything that I look at. Except for the fact that it's fantasy.
Yeah, Minds has no quality control over their boosted posts. And
It's
by
'cause
that,
the-
I
'cause
mean,
the boosted posts are the things they get paid for.
well, yeah, but like with normal, like, boosting systems and advertisements, you can like select an audience. You can't do that
This
with
one's my
Minds.
favorite. I love the occasional, like, racism meme. And then the next time I look at it, there'll be an actually, like, post that is, I would classify as quite racist.
This is the text for a boosted post that has appeared in my feed. If you would like to do a dramatic reading, that'd be really cool.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's see if I can do this. What? This sounds like a flock of cows tweet.
Buy for your surf make wise impless ancestors. I like that
It's
line.
like motherfucker, buy. Click linky, mate. Make honorable, buy.
Buy for flins, you
Thongs
have no
most
flins if you know buy.
Hang on, is that correct? Thongs most impish and savagely by spin for it? What does that mean?
So the actual post says
Is this a lingerie
songs
ad?
of impish savagery.
Songs of impish savagery. So this
Mate,
is
I can't read normal. What makes you think I can read this?
this is lyrics of an imp song, you're telling me?
I have no idea. Crazy people on the internet never cease to fascinate me.
See, but now I'm like, oh, thongs most impish and savagely? Like,
Oh, hey,
it
well.
sounds like
sick
something.
as hell.
Yeah, that's something I
Yeah.
want to put my OC in.
Dingus has raided the Rumble stream. Hello, Dingus. How's it going? We're drawing here. Oops. I hit the wrong thing. I'm drawing a piece of equipment that I forgot to draw a long time ago and procrastinated. And it's going to be right here in her hand. Once I finish it. How's it going, Dingus? Anyways, you were saying, what were we doing? Dramatic readings of Minds boosted posts.
It's not so much dramatic reading as it
No, no, no.
is just like
No.
fascinating.
Buy for
Buy for
woman.
male. You know, buy for male feminist. Make angry. Make cuck slop. Buy for woman.
Make horny with poetly. What's y'all's experience with Minds boosted post Raiders and Dingus?
Oh, it's someone's book.
Oh wait, this. Don't worry about the ray anatomy I was drawing there. We're not doing that anymore.
Okay, if this person's an author, like, there's a reason why I don't publish any of my written stuff. Let's just say that.
Would it look like that?
It might look better.
See, standards are so low, you might as well.
No, my standards are a bit higher, though. My personal standards. I would need
That's
a very
refreshing.
patient and a very good proofreader and editor.
Well, it's not your standards that matter. It's the standards of the people who buy the stuff.
Yeah, but I
I'm
also
gonna
don't want to
disagree.
embarrass
I'm gonna
myself
say
that
that
much.
It's Dale's standards.
It's a mix of both. Listen, I'm very fine with embarrassing myself on the internet 3 ways till Sunday, but let's not do 4 ways. We'll stick to 3.
Dingus asks, we reading shit in the Minds boot feed? Yeah, basically.
big time.
Yeah, suggestions, send them our way.
They are reading the conspiracy theories to me because I do not see boosts, which improves the experience exponentially.
The conspiracy ones are funny to me because I genuinely like listening about conspiracy theories. Because, you know, the term has a negative connotation to the normie, but, like, it's only a negative if it's unsubstantiated.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, false. Well, there's, like, I don't know, there have been some that are very, like, guess that wasn't fake after all.
Man, you're talking to American here.
Yeah, exactly.
We
like, my favorite one
we
is
invented
the mud
conspiracy
floods.
theories.
My favorite one is the mud floods, and that's because over here it's like, that's silly. It's like, no, that's how every civilization has dealt with past civilizations. Like, that's just a common thing that, you know, different cultures have done to build new cities. Just bury the last one.
Oh yeah, that's like pretty
But
much.
we have very solid recorded evidence of it happening throughout human history.
Yeah,
So it's not really
a lot of historical, like, archaeological sites are just layers of, like, dead civilizations on top of each other.
Oh, it's like, how do you think the dinosaur fossils happened? Earth. Earth upon dead thing. Happens to buildings too.
Sledgy
No,
Outcast
this has never
says,
happened to a building.
"Hi, also
never.
first boost I see is titled, Will you swallow Google's edible microchip?"
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I'm
was
looking
looking
at that
one
one
as
too.
well.
That seems like a pretty tame one, honestly.
I think I'll swallow Google's edible microchip. That sounds fine.
Listen, I've swallowed a lot worse in my life. We have
I'd like to
spiders here
access
that are
my
like,
Gmail through my colon.
yeah. You know what? That's probably where it belongs.
I think spiders are digestible, though.
I mean, it could be like what's her name? That lady who decided to get like a microchip magnet in her hand and called herself the very first cyborg, as if people with implants didn't already exist. Yeah. Oh my god! Then I could be like the real android from Dragon Ball.
Which one?
The real one.
Oh, 21, obviously.
Oh, I see.
I have favorites.
The good one.
Specifically the pink version.
Yes. The one that doesn't actually look anything like an android, but we still call her that because
Yeah, well, not most of them aren't androids.
they're cyborgs, right?
I mean, to be fair, both is good, but I want a kid of, the one with the tail, because I like monster girls, so.
Sledge says spiders are digestible. PTSD flashback to Hachama.
Yeah, they are digestible, but here's the thing, no. I don't want to eat Sabug.
You want to live in the cave, though.
Why?
No,
Wait, they
I'm
say
okay
the
with
pod.
living in the pod. I'm okay with living in the pod, yeah.
The pod is comfy.
Yeah, pod's
The bug
comfy.
tastes bad.
Yeah. I'm a true fence sitter on these things, I pick and I choose. I'm like, got my fingers in everyone's pudding and just like, yes, want a little bit of this one, a little bit of that one, but not all of it. No, no, no. I want the pod, I don't want the bug. I don't want the, 5-minute cities and all that. I want the countryside, but I want my pod.
Hachama is top tier chef. Alright, Dingus. Have you tried her recipes?
Oh, this one is good. From an account that's just called N. Morgan. The title is Benjamin Fulford, who I assume is the person who does the video. Rothschilds put down. Canadian Special Forces fight against United States Special Forces. Africa next. Full video. And then it's just a man who looks incredibly sinister.
But will the Africa version have pigeon?
No, because they're going to be fighting against the French Canadians. That's going to be a slaughter. Hardly a war.
But the kid. Hmm.
I feel like I just got whooshed.
Whooshed.
Yeah.
It's
like
fine.
something
I think so
up
too.
my head. Because you're talking about pidgin English.
No. It's fine. I think I missed the point. That's alright.
Uh-oh.
What were we talking about pigeon English? I was just thinking regular pigeons.
No, I was thinking BBC pigeon.
That's probably because I'm drawing and my brain is like split.
What is the creature's equivalent of BBC pigeon?
I don't know. Probably languages from some ancient civilization.
Doesn't have the S.
The what?
The S.
The S?
Yeah, you heard me.
Explain yourself.
The sacred
Yes.
seal.
What
Oh.
more is there to explain?
The cool S. Oh, okay. I don't
Yeah,
think...
what other S would I what? Bet what the lame S?
I don't know. You just say the S.
Dale, please.
That's all I should need to
illustrate
say.
What the lame S is.
All right, let's get MS Paint up.
Here's a boosted post. I don't actually know what this means. What is the WEF? I know the WEF and open quotations TQ plus close quotations are terrorists and should be treated by society as such. What is TQ plus?
I don't know. I'm guessing it's a breakup of LGBTQ plus.
Oh. Okay. I understand now. That makes sense.
There we go.
No.
Helping
That's
Kohet
not
understand boomer conspiracies.
That is not a good S.
I'm also a big fan of the posts online that are like, yes, where it's like the divide between the LGB and then the TIA, and then it's like, this is funny to me because there is no two sides to this. It is always civil war with those camps. Calling it a community is incorrect.
There you go, viewers. That is the lame S.
Yep, that's my lame S. It kind of looks like one of the worms from The Muppet Show.
I was thinking more like a snail. It looks like it's got a shell.
Yeah, but he's like standing up.
Yeah.
One of the responses to the boosted post from earlier, the one that is Mother Frencher buy, click linky, make honorable
Mother
buy.
Frencher, wait.
Is I don't have a surf, frowny face.
I mean, what else would you say? Really?
I don't know. That person seems like a lot of fun. Also, I'm in the mind spirit where I'm good. No swearing on minds.com.
That
So you were told
explains
you're not allowed
Mother
to be.
Frencher.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you've been told by the Mines populace that you need to stay a good boy in Mines, it seems.
I will remain good. Yeah. Through my own volition.
I'd say they're missing out, but you know what? They're probably not.
They certainly are not.
Because, yeah, I log into Discord, see I've got pings, and it's just like,
Oh,
maybe
no.
I shouldn't have. Maybe I shouldn't be here.
Here's a delightful boosted post. One of
There you
the
go.
few ones out of many from the eponymous Always Steve. And it just says continue making beautiful things. Completely innocuous. Very nice.
Aww.
But I feel like you're missing context there. Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?
I'm hiding nothing from you. Why would I be hiding anything from you? That's so
Let's
weird.
see.
It's because you said it was innocuous. Because if you didn't say that, I would have believed it. That sounds very Steve. But you've sown doubt in my mind.
Well, we've got synth tracks in what do you call that? Rumble chat. Hello, how's it going? Sledge says another boosted post is advertising a children's book called Know Your Rights, teaching 6 to 12-year-olds how to deal with the police.
The implication that
How
children
do
have
they-
rights.
I want to know
The
what
implication that they
think
should
for-
have rights. I hate kids. Throw them back in the coal mines. They yearn.
Kids are all right. I wouldn't put them in.
They're right when they're in the coal mines. Minecraft is evidence. That's where they want to be. That is their natural state.
Synthtrack says, what's going on in here? Are you part cyborg? Yes. As you can see by the metal. But also, I'm working on a tabletop RPG that is basically a mix of D&D and Pokemon. But we're mostly just doing art right now. And I'm working on this little thing, a little comic strip. I got the idea to do for advertising purposes mostly. But yeah. There's going to be something right here, but I have not designed it yet, and I want to design it now because otherwise I never will. So I'm designing a talisman that she will be using to heal this dude's broken arm. And now you know the entire stream. You're caught up.
Easy peasy.
And we're here to distract.
Yes. They are here to provide useful commentary.
Thank
One
God you
very
didn't say
useful.
entertainment.
We are anti-entertainment at best. Speaking of anti-entertainment, you seen that new Transformers film trailer?
No.
There's a new Transformers film coming out. Is it
Yeah,
also
it
by
looks
Michael
terrible.
Bay?
It is not. It's an animated comedy.
What about it looks terrible?
All of it.
Oh.
Literally everything. Like, except for maybe the animation.
Oh, so the important part of an animated series looks okay.
Yeah, like
What?
when they transform, when they're doing like kicks and stuff, is pretty alright. But you see that in every Transformers thing.
The part that they can reuse, right?
Do people still like Transformers? What's the appeal of Transformers?
I never understood. I've not been a
there is-
Transformers guy.
There's an account on Lines that I follow who used to post a lot of Transformers toys.
I know there's an account that does a lot of Transformers, like art and drawing and ships.
Because I'm
I
gonna be
don't-
honest, I think Transformers are cool in the abstract. The media, I don't care for.
I think somebody was high on some sort of illicit narcotic and literally just like rolled over to a producer and was like, yo, wouldn't it be sick if your car was like a metal fighting robot? And then your car could like fight my car, and instead of racing, they could just like punch each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is cool as hell.
And that's what the producer said. He was like, you're right.
It was all along.
Dingus says, wouldn't someone who's part cyborg just be a cyborg? Well, I may be a cyborg, but I'm also a lich from the future. I'm basically like, you know what? That's probably not a good comparison. I won't even do that one. I'm like a He-Man villain or something. Not Skeletor specifically. Skeletor is not a cyborg. Although he does have robots.
Why does Skeletor have robots and not
It'd be a lot
zombies?
cooler if he was a cyborg, though.
That's what I thought.
And you know what? He's allowed to have his zombie cyborg robot army. Because it's cool.
But he doesn't have a zombie cyborg robot army. He just has a cyborg army. Or not
Still,
as
Yeah, it's
he
very
doesn't have a
weird.
cyborg army. He just has robots.
He just has a collection of like 8 guys.
I think Hordak has more cyborgs though. Hordak is kind of is a little bit cooler in the things he does. Skeletor just be like, yes, I have sorceress powers. Also, here's my robots.
Look, I'm just saying, as someone who's not really into Masters of the Universe at all, because I'm that young, there's one name out of those that I recognize, and the other I didn't, so, you know, point to Skeletor.
Hordak
obviously
was
cooler.
Skeletor's master.
And yet, don't know who that is.
That's also because he's the villain of She-Ra.
Yeah.
The new one.
The
that
only thing people might
disliked.
know about She-Ra is, you know, the reboot. The CalArts reboot.
That's the only thing I know about She-Ra as well.
We don't need to worry about that one. It didn't happen.
Listen, just because it's not good, that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
It
We're
did
allowed to
happen.
acknowledge. We're allowed to acknowledge that something bad happened and that it's awful and it should never happen again. We're allowed to be negative about negative things.
How cool would it be if we were not allowed to be negative about negative things, though?
It'd be awful.
It actually kind of. I think it would be sick. I think it would be dope, honestly.
But then we'd only get bad things, like we're currently doing.
Yeah, and we're currently allowed to be negative about negative things, so obviously something has to change.
Not according to Twitter and the people who make these bad things.
Kohet's like,
Right,
yes,
but they're
please
like fake
indoctrinate
people.
me, buddy, daddy. Daddy,
You know, if I'm
Disney.
indoctrinated, at least I'm enjoying it. Is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, but I
Like, if
wouldn't
I'm
enjoy it.
successfully indoctrinated,
I enjoy
well,
good
then,
things.
congrats.
More good things is better because it's more to enjoy.
Right, but if you're indoctrinated, then the things that are bad become good.
No, you're just blind. Just blind to quality.
Sure, but ignorance is bliss.
No. Ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is very much cringe.
Mr. Devil's Advocate is at it again.
I don't know how much of it is devil's advocacy this time, to be honest with you.
I'm very fine with
advocacy.
being. Yeah, I'm very fine with being direct contrarian in this.
Like, sometimes not knowing is just goated.
You just want to be
Like-
put back in the Matrix, huh?
Yeah, but the more I know about good media,
He
right,
is
the more
Cypher.
I like about it. I have more reasons to like it, and it's not just that I like this thing. It's I like this thing because of reason. And they don't
You
even
can
have to be good reasons either.
I mean, you can like bad things because of reasons as well.
Yeah, I do. That's not anti my point though. The bad things are more fun to me because the good things exist and they're good for very good reasons.
I see.
What the hell am I looking at?
That is this cool sigil, by the way.
I do like the Viridian Order sigil. It's like a fleur-de-lis, but more fairy-ish.
Oh shit, I put that in the wrong chat.
Thanks, Dale. Where is this one supposed to go?
Don't worry about it. It's a secret.
I found. Did I tell you guys about the channel I found that just talks about Yu-Gi-Oh cards for 12 hours at a time?
That sounds awful.
No, is that the one who did the video about the meta of Yu-Gi-Oh for like the first 3 generations?
It's possible. Like last night I was watching a video and it was every failed Yu-Gi-Oh card archetype. And it went over just like a bunch of different like deck types.
Name
And it was
3.
a 7-hour mill like banish decks.
Those aren't archetypes, those are engines.
Whatever, dude. I'm not a card gamer.
Hey man, as someone who built a goddamn stall deck, that's important to me.
Is stall an archetype?
No, it's an engine type.
Difference.
So an archetype is things like good old Dark Magician. It's like the theme of the card. What's on it? What characters?
A deck based around trap cards would be an archetype.
If they share a similar name and convention. So, for example, Trap Tricks is an archetype because it has basically trap cards as monsters, and monsters that are trap cards.
He did talk about trap tricks.
So these are
Which is
basically like
probably a failed archetype because it only just got support like last year.
these are just like artificial distinctions that Yu-Gi-Oh makes. It sounds like.
That's
Well,
what
it's
it
like,
sounds like to
for
me.
example, stall is like how you play the deck.
Yeah, obviously.
So you can run 3 different types of Dark Magician decks with different types of engines.
I would say,
I would say one
say
of those
about
failed
that.
archetypes is the Red Eyes Black Dragon because they can't decide what it's trying to do.
People will discuss card games with completely wrong lingo, anyways. So
Yeah, that's probably where the confusion is, because I think the lingo for Magic the Gathering is completely different, and I know for Flesh and Blood it's different too. Flesh and
I
Blood's
did
a bit
learn
more
a
like Magic
lot.
the Gathering though.
yeah, what is a
From
stall
this
deck in
7-hour
Yu-Gi-Oh?
It's you literally delay the turns until an effect goes off. So final countdown. In 20 turns you win the game. So it's
Okay,
just make sure you
end
don't
your
lose in 20
opponent's turn.
turns. Yeah.
So it's like a control deck.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good way to put it. Using a Magic the Gathering term.
Yeah, Magic gets
I learned.
a lot of like weirdness with the way people talk about things because it's a very complex game. And like people don't understand the nuances of how the deck types interact and everything. Now they don't even understand what the deck types are. Like, you'll have people talking about control decks and complaining about them, but when they're talking about it, they're talking about, like, mid-range control decks, not just control decks. And then they're like, well, why don't you play this deck? Oh, but that has control cards in it. I don't want to play control cards. And it's like, well, if you don't want to play strategies that work, then lose.
Yeah, fair enough.
In one of the videos I was talking about, or this guy was talking about different cards, and I like actually learned a lot about card game design from the videos because they were actually very good. But one of the
So you learned that Yu-Gi-Oh has bad card game design.
Well, I've learned interesting ways that you can create interactivity within a card game. And that Yu-Gi-Oh is insanely complicated for no reason whatsoever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yu-Gi-Oh
he
literally
was
needs a hard
talking-
reset.
he was talking about one card, right? And he was like, this card sucks. And I was like, all right, guy, in this 2-hour video, tell me why it sucks. And he was like, this card's effect is send a creature or a monster you control to the graveyard. And I was like, that seems good. That seems like it would enable a lot of stuff. Why does this card suck? And he's like, well, because you can't tribute it. It's not destroyed. It's just like is put in the graveyard. It's just teleported to the graveyard and nothing else happens. And I'm like, certainly
So
there's something.
if it uses the term destroyed or sent to the graveyard, if it's sent to the graveyard, it's counted as destroyed in Yu-Gi-Oh's lingo. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of weird like that, where it doesn't just use universal language. Like, Magic the Gathering
Oh, I
and
hate that.
Flesh and Blood have very distinct rule language. Yu-Gi-Oh switches it up every other edition.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It's a mess. I have no idea what anything's talking about because you'll get cards that
Shout out to my gang back when Banished was called Removed from Play because you literally couldn't use it. Like, when you banished something back in the day, it was gone. It was out of the game as if it never existed in your deck. And now it's just another discard pile.
Yu-Gi-Oh also has like a thing called an errata, which I had never heard of before, which is like they just unilaterally change the text on a card,
Oh, yeah.
which is very cool.
That's common. That's
Yeah.
very common.
They do it in a lot of tabletop games.
Books have
So, like,
erratas.
because
That's
they
just
can't-
a thing.
They can't just make an update and patch the game. They have to be like, okay, we have to change this thing that we didn't recognize was a problem before.
For Yu-Gi-Oh,
So, like-
because it's Konami, usually it means if it gets an errata, if it's coming out, say, usually it's old cards that get errated.
How do I know that a card has been errated though?
You gotta look it up just like you would a ban list.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, is the ban list is insane. Goddamn Pod agreed, back on the ban list at some point. Taken off the ban list, put back on, taken off. Meanwhile, Final Offering, still on there. Final Offering's an awful card in current day Yu-Gi-Oh! And it has been for the last, 10 years.
I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is a game where there are so many just like one-turn kills and
Yes.
so many ways to just like win without letting your opponent even begin to play the game that they don't really
Yeah.
need a ban list. Like,
Well,
it's already
they
so
do.
broken.
It's more like that Yu-Gi-Oh! Needs a format list. I think Pokemon does this in some tournaments, where you only run with certain types of cards from certain packs. Because
Well, I mean,
they're
that's
made
how
around the same
Magic
time with the
fixed it,
same...
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how Yu-Gi-Oh! Should work in theory. But Konami is a gambling company. Quite literally, they make gambling products.
You gotta
And
buy all the
services?
Metal Gear Pachinko.
Exactly. But that's the weird thing, is Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have those kinds of crossovers like Magic the Gathering does. Which, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is having a crossover with Hello Kitty for Happy Meal toys. But if I had cards that were those, man, my buy cardboard instinct would flare up because that's hilarious to me.
You want the Hello Kitty Dark Magician girl?
No, I want the little bunny that's Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Dingus
my favorite.
asks, does Yu-Gi-Oh have an exile equivalent? I think that's what you were talking about before, right?
That's banished,
Explain.
right?
Yeah, explain what exile is.
Exile is like removed from the game.
Yeah, that's banish. It
Yeah.
used to be called remove from play, and it literally did remove it from the game entirely. Like, your next game, it would be in your side deck, not your actual deck now.
Yeah. That's kind of what
They don't do
Magic-
that anymore.
That's kind of what
It's now just
Magic
another
did.
discard pile.
Yeah, we
And
had removed from game for a long time, and then they changed it to banish because they kept making effects that interact with the exile zone.
yeah, that's exactly what happened with it.
You just didn't want to waste ink on saying if a card has been removed from game.
Well, the thing is, there are entire deck engines back in the day that required, like, you count how many cards have been removed from play, but you don't interact with them then on. Because it's more like you count when they're removed, not that they are removed.
Hmm.
And if you're interacting with cards that have been removed from play, then they haven't really been removed.
Then they're still
from
in play, exactly.
Yeah. So just a little bit of lingo cleanup for one thing.
Yeah, it's just... I don't know, calling it something other than banished and removed from play would have helped. Because when they did change it to banish, you could get them back, but they were very complicated ways to get them back. So the idea is basically you have to go through some sort of like esoteric ritual to bring them back from the other world, kind of thing.
They're trying to
That's-
bridge the gap between the manga and the actual
Well-
card game.
Yeah, because in the manga, when they removed something from play, they literally tore the card up or burnt it. Like, it was gone. That card didn't exist anymore.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga-wise was pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah, it's good stuff. Man, imagine just proclaiming you've killed God in front of that God Scion, and that God is a card. That's funny. It's so metal though.
In the anime, there is a part where Yugi uses his what is it, like Earthen Defender card with 0 attack and 1800 defense.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Switches it to attack position and shoots the moon to
Yeah.
destroy a spell field card.
Yeah,
What
it's
the hell is happening?
I remember him using two monsters, using a catapult monster to catapult his Dragon Knight. It's like, that's not a thing you can do. That's like you can do in D&D. That's not a card game thing at all.
But it was real cool, you know?
It was very cool. But it's like, how am I supposed to emulate this cool thing from the anime in my card game when that's literally impossible?
Yeah, that's...
Then like 10 years later, they make a brand new card that does that thing because it's a spell card now.
Yeah,
Or
that's
fusion.
one of the things that kind of weirded me out when I was watching Yu-Gi-Oh! To begin with, because like I had been playing like Magic and Pokemon leading up to that, and it was like, okay, how does this even work as a game? So I was quite onto that.
Dude, that's funny because I started with Pokemon and I still don't understand how Pokemon TCG works.
I don't think
I-
anybody does. to
I
be honest.
understand
I don't
the
think
rules.
so either, but I have a friend who plays it competitively, so clearly it exists.
I know the rules for the most part, but I don't understand how like deck building
How do you-
functions.
My question is, how
At
do you
least
actually play
competitively.
it realistically? Because the game is... The victory scoring in that game is like, it rewards you for winning.
That is how rewards typically
Right?
work in games.
Yeah, but it rewards you with more ways to win, effectively. Thus, it means technically your opponent has a losing spiral.
Yeah,
I mean, that's like also.
And it's not skill, it's just you get more resources. Which,
I mean,
sure, in
it's not that
warfare,
bad.
right?
well,
But
you,
in a competitive card game, that's horrible for balance.
well, you see, the thing is, I say I know the rules of Pokemon. I absolutely do not believe it is a well-designed game. Quite the opposite,
I don't-
actually.
I also don't think that like losing spirals are inherently bad.
I don't
Um,
either, but in a competitive card game where it should be focused on, the skill of playing your cards and how you construct your deck,
well, like the
having your
answer is
victory
just like,
system me unlock more of your deck and it's likely going to make you win again. Like, what's the appeal? The moment you start losing by like 2 cards, you're at a significant disadvantage.
right, but then you just like you scoop and you go on to the next one.
It
You're
definitely-
just like,
Except
I
you
see how
don't.
this is gonna fold.
It definitely would have made a more interesting like gameplay mechanic if you drew one of your prize cards, so to speak, when you lose one of your Pokemon rather than your opponent. And then it'd be like, okay, once you're out of quote unquote prize cards, then you lose. And
So,
of course
health points.
yeah, of course you'd call it something different because that lingo wouldn't fly. It's literally I just did this with Domain. Like it's basically the same idea.
So your idea is they're your health tracker, and when you lose, you get more resources to try and take the game back.
Yeah.
I like it more, but I still don't like it. Something about the prize card mechanic existing is bothersome to me in a card game. Like, if this was a strategy game with cards as its abilities, like a digital strategy game, I'd be all for it. I just feel like it's the wrong format for this concept. I also think energy is like the worst version of land cards.
Oh, it is. It's like
I get land cards and I get energies. I understand how they both work. One of them is better.
no, Pokemon, it's literally just like they tried to knock off MTG and realized that half the mechanics they came up with don't work the way they wanted it to. Because card games were such a new concept in that time period that they didn't fully understand what they were doing with everything. And it's like the same thing with how early card games always had like way too easy to get card draw and stuff like that. Like they didn't realize how good it was.
Yeah, that's why Pot of Greed was banned for so many years, but now it's like everything does that for cheaper than Pot of Greed somehow.
Pot of
And
Greed.
Pot of Greed is still limited to 1, I think.
They had Pot of Greed, Ancestral Recall, and Magic. Professor Oak in Pokemon was crazy.
Hey man, at least Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't goddamn banning cards because they think they're racist. Imagine banning an entire original deck construction because you think it's racist because it uses the term white and black. It's like, have you seen your card game?
It's literally built on that as a mechanic, yeah. Yeah, I will defend Magic in the sense of its initial design and much of the history, but current Magic, yeah, it's stupid.
I have no idea what's going on in the Pokemon TCG, but you said Professor Oak was crazy, so I looked it up.
I mean, he's crazy in the anime
draw
too.
7 cards is actually insane.
Yeah, you know
See,
that.
yeah, that
from
is
playing
insane
other
for
games.
Pokemon. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, that would be a very it's strong, but it's a very normal thing for a lot of spell cards in Generation 4 and 2.
Wait, really? And they still don't like Pot of Greed? Draw 2 cards?
Yeah, Magical Mallet. That's what it did.
It's literally just Bill, draw 2 cards.
Discard your hand. Yeah. Magical Mallet. Discard your hand, redraw it, and then there are entire archetypes, so entire decks built on reshuffling and mulliganing your hand.
Oh, that's crazy.
There are alternate Pot of Greeds that have either better results or more stipulations to get you better results. That you draw 5 cards, but only water cards. But you'll run it in a water deck. That's the element you'll run it with. If you're running sea serpents and fish and stuff, you're gonna take Moray of Greed, because that lets you discard like 2 water cards, draw 3, and then pick 2, or something like that.
Excuse me.
Do you
He's
think
fucking
there's a
evil.
way to build a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh that results in you one turn killing yourself?
Yes, I have done it.
How? Like intentionally, right? Not like
No.
a bizarre reaction?
Just by accident?
I did it on accident. You could absolutely do it on purpose, because there's lots of self-burn decks.
Oh no. Oh, so you like
And
drew yourself out.
As someone who likes, yes, no. So a burn deck is a deck that just, by effects, deals life point damage.
Oh, I see.
So the idea is that's like,
So fun.
you just set a fire. That's why it's called a burn deck. You're just burning the life points without doing anything else. So it's just things like, send 3 cards from your hand to the graveyard. There are combined attack points. Deal that as damage to your opponent. Now, of course, your opponent can negate it through various means, but still, you're kind of skipping the whole damage step of combat.
In the intended mechanism of doing damage is just being completely bypassed.
Good to see Mech C is still forbidden. That would be horrible in this current. Level Eater's forbidden. Fucking bring my boy back. Eclipse Wyvern got forbidden. What the fuck?
Have either of you guys tried...
Dandelion's still forbidden.
Have either of you guys tried Digimon as a card game?
I didn't
No, I
know
never
they
cared
had
for
a
Digimon.
Card game.
Yeah. I have not tried it ever, but I've seen
Yeah,
it
Pot of
around.
Greed's on the ban list again. There are so many things that are better Pot of Greeds.
I used to own some of these Digimon cards. Now that I'm looking at them again. I've never played it. I just thought the cards were cool, and I was like, Mom, please give me the Digimon. And they are sick.
I could never get into Digimon as aesthetic. It just wasn't my thing.
Yeah.
You don't like techno dinosaurs?
On that note, back to Yu-Gi-Oh! That is unironically a legitimate card deck you can build. Just put everything with the name dinosaur in it, and it will work. Unironically, it has been a valid option for the last, 4 major tournament rotations.
Amazing.
Maybe longer. And it's all because of 3 cards.
What
yeah,
are the
the
3 cards?
Oh, fuck, one of them... What is it called? Now I have to look it up, and I don't really
I
want
had
to,
no
so I'm
idea
not gonna...
you had this much Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge.
I used to play it semi-competitively.
Oh, what does that mean, semi-competitively?
It means I went to tournaments every now and then, but not every tournament in my area. And I also wasn't good, so... calling myself a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player is wrong on many ways. Many
Well, you're
levels.
only a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player if you're winning money.
Yeah, exactly, which I didn't. And I wasn't professional in the sense that, colloquially, I know a lot, I'm well
I see.
informed. Because otherwise I would have played my decks correctly. Or built good ones.
Yeah, I never really got to play much competitive Magic except on Magic Online. And it was always a struggle because it'd take multiple hours to play through just a draft or something.
Yeah, competitive card games is not an environment I want to go back to. It's not fun.
Something that was bothering me was about competitive card games is that when somebody wins a tournament and I hear casters or commentary about the tournament, nobody ever talks about the players that are playing the card game. It's just oh yeah, this deck is the victor of the card game. And that's really off-putting to me.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yu-Gi-Oh, it kind of makes sense for a lot of decks because a lot of them are just you just need to know what the card does, and then the effect is an autopilot chain. It just does this one thing, and it does it effectively.
Yeah.
So in that case, why am I not? Why am I doing this? There's no strategy to it. It's just make sure that the first effect goes off, because then the rest will.
I have gone
Fucking,
online. I have
fucking
picked the
Zodiacs,
decks I want to
goddamn.
use.
Yeah, that's one of the things I appreciate about Magic is because even like the good decks, you kind of have to know how to play them. And I feel like that's one of the things that people complain about the most is that they don't know how to play the decks that are winning. That's why control decks get a lot of hate because people don't know how to play them and they don't know how to play against them. Everybody likes to rail against counterspells, but it's like, dude, the counterspell is just a 1-for-1 trade.
Counterspell is a Pokken spell too. I'm a big fan of Counterspell in D&D and Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
What does Counterspell do in Pathfinder?
Probably counters a spell.
Oh, it makes sense, yeah.
So unlike in Dungeons and Dragons, Counterspell in Pathfinder requires you to have the spell prepared as well.
Ah.
So you literally one-to-one counter it.
That
Doesn't have to be
seemed-
the same level, just has to be the same spell. But that's because Counterspell's, I think, a cantrip in Pathfinder now.
Ah. Yeah, that sounded kind of very niche for its usage.
My bad, it's not a cantrip, it is a feat.
Oh.
Reaction feat at level 1. So meaning if you're a wizard, you're not going to get it to level 2. Because spellcasters don't get feats at level 1 because they have spellcasting.
This is all Greek to me. There's
You
so
can
many,
use a magic
there's so many
counter, right?
terms I've never heard before.
And it has a different effect depending on what spellcasting class you are. So prepared casters, witches and wizards, can expend a prepared spell to counter the triggering creature's spell, as long as it is the same spell. You lose the spell slot as if you had cast it yourself, and you make a counteract check against their DC.
Is there
Sorcerer
a train
just
truck in your
No.
background?
No, that's a washing machine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, they do that here for some reason. Sorcerer seems to just expel the spell slot, and it doesn't look like it has to be the spell itself.
That sounds kind of annoying if they've got multiple rules for different types of counter spells.
It still counters it the exact same way, it just treats it differently, because the way the wizards and sorcerers do spellcasting is very different in Pathfinder.
Hmm.
So sorcerers act more like 5e wizards. Like, you know, the standard, like, you've got this amount of spell slots and you can just use whatever spell. Well, as wizards and witches, they use old school D&D spellcasting.
I see.
Where you gotta prepare, say you got Fireball.
You gotta prepare
At
the
level 3,
specific spell.
You gotta prepare it twice if you want to use it twice.
Yeah.
And I really like that. No one else does.
Be right back.
I need to bring up a reference for a different character now. Let's see. We got Geldhar here. Yeah, when I was really young and playing like the original Baldur's Gate, I remember being quite confused with the way magic worked in that game. Because of the
it's
Vancian casting.
Not exactly. Yeah, Vancian casting isn't very beginner friendly, but I love it thematically.
And also,
I like the
it very much limited what you could do as a caster
yeah.
in early levels.
Everyone gets really confused in like modern D&D and stuff, where it's like, why does my wizard have short swords? It's like, well, it's because back in the day, you had like 3 spells for the entire month, so you did that crossbow and short sword.
Yeah, yeah. I do kind of like conceptually the idea that like spells are prepared ahead of time and like you can't just cast them on the fly.
There's a certain balance to it, isn't there? It's just like,
Yeah.
I reckon that's supposed to be the concept of the difference between cantrips and spells with ranks and levels. It's like, cantrips are the ones you can just pull off at a whim because they're very easy and very beginner, and even though, let's be honest, a lot of cantrips are really good in D&D and Pathfinder. Like, a lot of them are better than some leveled spells even. But like, you take the time to mold and contain powerful spells.
Yeah. It's like they're actual, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, rituals that you have to perform in order to prep the spell, and then you just let it fly whenever it's ready.
Personally, I like the idea that magic has, like, an imposed personality on spells. So, like, not really, but, like, that's the way people describe them. Like, they want to be free, they're energetic. They have a lot of potential, and that potential needs to be met. So they try to get out of being, you know, captured and ritualized. And that's part of the reason why you forget them when you cast them, is because they're gone, they've dissipated. They don't exist anymore as magic. Magic is one of those systems where, like, I really like thinking about a lot, but the more I think, the more problems I have with magic as a thing that you can qualify as a, still not science, but a study in the fantasy world.
Yeah. At some point it kind of...
I don't like...
It just reaches the point where it's like, what's the difference between magic and science if all these things are just repeatable like a science would be? And you have to either go the way of, like, it's not that repeatable, or it is a science.
Yeah, one of the solutions to that is obviously just spellcasters get random magic. Like, they don't, you know, cast spells, they make a spell on the fly. And they don't get to control what it exactly does, but they get an idea of how to persuade it in that direction. Like, they know they want to make a spell that creates fire, but how does it create fire? That's up to the magic. There's some ways to make magic feel a bit unique with a study to it still.
Yeah, with creatures I kind of break it down into two differences, because you have the you have, like, the actual game mechanic magic where you've got your effects and you pretty much understand what they are, and that basically functions through the crafting system the way I've got it. But then you've got, like, the whole deal with, like, the creatures and stuff, which is, like, all takes place in the astral pocket and stuff like that, and that's, like, a lot more amorphous and, like, more spiritual and less studied and practiced. I think that's a nice little compromise. And you can get some weird shenanigans going on when you start dealing with, like, astral pocket stuff.
Another solution is to just make Magic the Gathering your magic system. Fuck it, why not?
Magic the Gathering has a lot better of a magic system than people realize in the actual lore, but they don't really reference it that well.
You mean the one it's not just the D&D 5e magic system because they're in the same universe now?
Oh, look, we don't talk about this.
No, we do.
Magic
because...
is not in the same universe as D&D.
No, we do, because D&D's best resource book was the free PDFs from Magic the Gathering. That was D&D 5e's best resource books, and they killed them off for the worst resource books, which were the official hardcover Magic the Gathering ones.
But no, like, Magic, MTG Magic does not function like D&D Magic. Like,
Yeah, obviously it doesn't, but Wizards of the Coast are like, But Magic the Gathering is what makes us money, so we have to combine them.
yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons I left the game, besides just the woke stuff. It's just they're over-corporatized and cramming everything together when they used to, like, deliberately not cross the streams on that kind of stuff.
It used to be
because
fun.
It didn't fit. But now they're just like, oh yeah, D&D Magic cards. Let's get Transformer Magic cards. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, because I totally want to see a goddamn Warhammer Horus Heresy Space Marine fight up some random goblin with a knife and a spork. That's totally a matchup that I can see happening in goddamn Magic the Gathering. And it's not even a Warhammer goblin where they're actually horrible, like, mutated monsters that keep self-perpetuating. No, it's just like a jokey, haha, fantasy goblin. Everyone loves him, he's just a silly goober. It's like, yes, the Sons of Horus would absolutely stand for that, sure. It wouldn't just be crushed under his boot immediately. It's just... How do you power scale crossovers like that? This is like what's, like, with unironically one step away from having the Goku Magic the Gathering card, and then people like, how can he be defeated? It's Goku, for fuck's sake.
Card games always have a very abstract way of working those things out.
I think it's silly, given what Magic the Gathering is thematically. Well, as with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, in its canon, a card game that's made by a corporation. So it's allowed to have that silly shit. Well, it's like, if that happened in Pokemon, it's like, what? How is this a Pokemon?
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about mechanics-wise. Like, they have 15 creatures in there, and like, in the lore, they're just undefeatable monstrosities that...
And then you've got Bob, the farmer, who's got 14-13.
Yeah, you've got Bob the farmer, but he's loaded up with enchantments and equipment, so he's like a 2020 now. And he can take down Imrakul, the Aeon's Torn.
You just gave him a gun. It was easy.
Yeah, it's the Harry Potter solution. Just give them a gun and destroy the universe fundamentally.
I'm very pro having these wacky crossovers, generally speaking.
I'm okay with crossovers existing. I think it's
on cards.
I think it's important that it matches the aesthetic of what you're crossing over. For example, like, you haven't seen Warhammer merch, have you?
The only Warhammer thing that I've seen recently is drama.
Yeah, well, that's similar to what Magic the Gathering's problems is. But then they did hire someone from Hasbro, so it makes sense. No, Warhammer has scented candles.
What?
And
What's the scent?
some of them are based on the Chaos Gods, and Nurgle is the god of pestilence, decay, rot, rebirth, mold.
Does he have a scented
Like,
candle?
I don't want to. He does. I don't want to smell that. Then there's Slanesh, which is the god of ecstasy, excess, sex,
In
drugs, rock and
collaboration
roll.
with Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah, exactly that one. Like, I don't want to smell what Slanesh smells like. I'm gonna be honest, Chief. My favorite Chaos God would not want to smell it.
Sounds like you're not a real fan.
There are other aspects of Slaanesh to enjoy. The smell, probably not it. It's gonna smell like the inside of that My Little Pony jar.
You.
Yeah.
To be as succinct as possible, just like.
And that has a crossover with Magic the Gathering.
The My Little Pony jar has a crossover with Magic the Gathering?
No. Warhammer. But you know what? My Little Pony
Oh, I
does.
see.
Yeah,
do they
I was
really?
just saying, I think they did do a
Mhm.
crossover.
They did. They did it a few years back.
Oh, one of the things they keep doing
My friend
with
just-
Magic is that they just print like a small set of individual cards, and then they like foil them and make them limited edition, and they're like, oh, this is this card, but it has pictures of this franchise on it.
See, I'm more in favor of that, honestly. I'm perfectly fine with that. It's just old arting, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, alt art is cool. However, what
Yeah.
I'm seeing are actual. This is bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Is this real?
You ever seen Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash take down the god of death and destruction?
Okay, yeah, those are literally just new cards they made.
And they make, like, I don't get it. They, like, it's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's like they have, like, Pony and Pegasus here, right? And they'll have, like, you know, Fighter, Goblin, things like that. I don't get why card games do that a lot, because a lot of the time, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't use those distinctions anymore.
Magic uses them a lot.
Good, so Magic can keep them then. Flesh and Blood uses them because it's like the entire concept is you play one character, and then your character then gets like actions and like equipment.
Yeah, I kind of
That's their
hate how
cards.
they're so specific about their cards and stuff like that. Kind of ruins the fun of building decks when, like,
Yeah, it's
the things you can build from
There's a
are already
balance there.
dictated.
there's a balance to be met. God, I hate the art on these that you showed us. God damn it, that Pinkie Pie is awful. It's actually horrible to look at. It's not even badly made. It's just creeping me out. I'm also personally a big fan of full arts on cards. No borders, just the full art and then the like text underneath it.
I like those
Some
for like the
cards
special
doesn't work.
versions.
Yeah.
Pokemon
Yeah,
is really
like-
good about that. Pokemon
Oh yeah, I
has
think they do the design of the picture to fit the card description usually too.
oh yeah, Pokemon has like the best like rarity special versions of cards. They have some nice looking cards in those. Too bad the game sucks.
Understatement of a lifetime.
I'm looking at the energy cards from Pokemon and I'm getting real nostalgic for a game I never played. Yeah, that's real slick. I like that a lot.
They have super nice looking cards. It's a shame. It's a real shame that. Oh, that's not even like one of the better ones I was thinking of.
Yeah,
think
and not
it's
only that, but
something-
like Pokemon, like let's be honest, most people who get Pokemon collect the cards.
Yeah.
They look cool.
Pokemon deck building is so insane.
Insane as in complicated, or insane as it doesn't make sense and no one thought it out.
It doesn't make sense. Like the way competitive decks are built are I don't understand it. It's like obvious the game is obviously not designed to be played that way, but because it was poorly designed, that is how the right way to play it.
You'd think it'd be built around having like one of each type and then like synergizing different effects.
Yep.
But like that's me thinking of how I would translate the video game into a card game.
And it's literally the opposite because you have to have the energy cards of specific types in order to use your abilities.
Who the fuck thought that energy was a good idea for a goddamn resource?
Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, but they did it okay.
But they did it in Pokemon. They were the ones who made the original design.
Fuck, did they?
Yes.
Fuck.
They didn't understand what they were doing yet. So they were just, oh yeah, we'll just copy Magic the Gathering.
Damn. So Pokemon tripped so Magic the Gathering could stride?
No, I mean...
I think Magic the Gathering was just like off to like a healthy jogging pace right out the gate.
Pokemon was the aborted stepchild.
Magic just understood its format better. Like, once you start... Because, like, with Magic, everything is built on a resource system with mana. But then in Pokemon, the resource system only applies to the Pokemon attacks instead of every single card. So it's a completely different, like, type of economy. So when you're playing Professor Oak, and you don't have to pay anything to play him, he's just for free as long as you have him in your hand, then he's overpowered. But if he costs like 7 mana, he probably wouldn't be overpowered, and in fact, you probably never even play the guy.
Imagine having to pay a resource to play Professor Oak. He's that he requires sacrifice.
You have to sacrifice Ash's mom to play.
I was thinking that, I just didn't want to say it.
Professor Oak in face up attack position. And then he lets you special summon one of 3 potential Pokemon.
Unless you have Ash on the field, and then you can have Pikachu instead.
Exactly. I have to recontextualize the cards into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that's all I know. And I don't even know that very well.
I think
That's
one of
another thing
Yu-Gi-Oh's
is, Pokemon,
problems...
you can only have one active Pokemon, can't you?
Yeah, but just switch them in and out. But you can have more on your bench. But in order to switch them, you have to pay the retreat cost, which is discarding energy cards. Not tapping the energy cards, discarding them. So you lose them.
Brutal.
So, like...
Which means if you're the losing player, and you haven't gotten any resource cards from your victory, you're fucked.
Yeah. Like, it's amazing how, like, superficially, the Pokemon system looks a lot like the Magic system, but in actual play, it's just completely different.
Yeah, but fundamentally nothing connects properly.
Yeah, that's the main issue with it. They tried to make it Magic, but they didn't get the format right. They made it superficially Magic, and then we're like, oh, I don't know how to do this.
It's weird too, because obviously the energy is like the attempt at action points that Pokemon has, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But the difference being is that they're not you draw action points and then spend them. It's each attack has a set number. Hyper Beam only has 4 times you can use it.
What?
It's not like in the video game, right? Hyper Beam, you can use it like 4 times.
Like
and then it's
power
gone.
points. Yeah.
Yeah, PP up.
PB.
So I'm trying to use as like neutral terms as possible for multiple systems. Ineffectively, apparently. But like, yeah, you can only do an attack this amount of times. Well, as in the card game, it's you need a certain amount of resources. You can do it as many times as you want, so long as you pay the cost.
Well, you don't even pay the cost. You just attach the energy.
You just have them there.
You don't tap
like,
them, you don't discard them or anything,
yeah,
unless it tells you to.
Yeah. So you discard them when the Pokemon faints, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they be the retreat cost too? instead of taking it from your hand.
Well, they are the retreat costs. You have to discard them from the Pokemon.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense then.
But still, it's a system where, like, to make attacks, you don't need to discard them. But to retreat, you need to discard them. So it's not like a consistent way of managing
you're still
your
not
resources.
You're not losing them, because if you retreat them, you can bring him back later. But if he's dead, they're just gone. Yeah, I have a feeling the video games format could have been adapted into a much more coherent card game.
I've thought about it with creatures. Just haven't gotten very far with it. Got too much other stuff I need to do.
Like,
What?
you know, each card has maybe 2 effects, right? And then it just says, you can use this ability X amount of times per game.
Ooh, I hate that kind of thing.
And then, you know, that's when you get, like, PP up and stuff, which regenerates the amount of uses it has per game.
I
That
think
seems
would
like it'd be a pain to
overcomplicate it,
track.
To be honest.
It would? Assuming that there's a lot to track. But I'm only assuming there's 2 abilities on each card. And this would assume that the amount of Pokemon in your deck is like 6. Like, I'm thinking as faithful as a recreation of the video game as possible.
So you wouldn't have the Pokemon in your deck, you'd have them out on the field normally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you'd have extra
like
cards
in
that
a
are abilities that
vampire.
any Pokemon can use based on, like, what type they are.
You're basically talking about what I was thinking of as a creatures game. Like, you start
you
out
should.
with a team, and then the cards in your deck are like the attacks and the abilities that they use, and you pay costs based on those. I wasn't able to nail down the resource generation quite. Because I was thinking about having, like, the creatures generate the resources themselves, so we wouldn't have to cram it into the deck as, like, a special card. Because I hate how
it
that...
dawned on me.
Yeah, what?
It dawned on me that we're so lucky that Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have a universal resource system, because for Konami that would be actual money that they want you to pay to them directly.
I was gonna say, like, I think that would actually fix some of their problems, but yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I kind of like.
No, I think Yu-Gi-Oh!
the
benefits from
idea
not having it.
of
I just
the
think that
cards you have
Yu-Gi-Oh!
access
needs
to
a
being
reset.
resource.
What was that, Kohet?
I kind of just like the idea of the cards you have access to at a given time being your resource, because it makes, like, drawing and using cards much more important. Well, I guess if you have a resource in game, because, like, you have the Hearthstone method, which is everybody gets one. Each turn, everybody gets an additional one type of resource.
Yeah.
And then you have, like, Magic and Pokemon. They go, all right, you have specific, like, resource cards. And then you have Yu-Gi-Oh, which is your resources are the cards that you draw.
Yeah, it's
and that
the
is
deck
also
and
the
how
cards
you
that
build it.
play.
The
Some
problem...
engines do
I'm-
it better than others too, like decks that require graveyard and banish usages, like they are literally use resources for different effects.
What was I gonna say?
The problem.
The problem with just cards as resources is that you have to have a way to balance different effects between the cards. And that's a lot easier when you have a universal resource system.
That's true. But then another way to do it is you don't let the players draw a ton of cards right off the jump as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Is my
balance
thought.
the difference in power between, like, say, the Blue Eyes White Dragon and Summoned Skull.
Right, but I
If
mean,
a
in
card is a
Yu-Gi-Oh!
card, then all the cards need to be of equal power.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh used to have an idea of what that bounce was going to be. So, for example, back in the day, Blue Eyes White Dragon was the strong card. So they introduced Red Eyes Black Dragon, which was the versatile card. Not nearly as strong, however, it had all the fusions and stuff. And then they immediately ditched that concept because Blue Eyes was more marketable.
It's just really cool, you know?
It is, but so is Red Eyes.
No, Blue Eyes was way cooler than Red Eyes.
No,
Especially
no.
like Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
oh man, have you seen the Red Eyes fusions in XC?
There's the Time Dragon. Is that a Red Eyes fusion?
I
So
think
at first,
I
Red
think
Eye,
that's a different dragon.
Burning Meteor was the only one,
Oh,
the
is it?
bigger, chunky boy.
Oh. Red Eyes is Joey's card, right?
Yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
he stole off that other guy. Oh yeah, Red Eye's officially got a Dark Magician support crossover.
That's another
What is
thing.
that thing? That's so cool!
Freaking Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon have the same amount of sacrifices required to play them, but they're completely different power levels.
Yeah, the level system in Yu-Gi-Oh! is stupid as hell. Especially when you get into XE summoning, where it's you overlay monsters of the same level. It's like, yes, rank 4 monsters, 3 level 4 monsters, easy. Rank 4 XE's monsters, good effects too. And they're so easy to get out. The level system is a joke in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sort of, right? Like they're trying to use it as a parameter to create gameplay around. It's just wacky. It's silly. Doesn't make a lot of
So
sense.
it's supposed to be like, 3,000 is like 7 to 8 to 10, right? In your level. If you have anything less than 500, you're supposed to be a level 1, and there was a structure to it, and they've completely ignored it because they've made effects way stronger now, and like 4 paragraphs of effects in one card.
There's also just
So
kind
the
of
level system just doesn't work.
there's the whole issue with Digimon where everything is very all or nothing. Like if a creature attacks another creature, it's just higher power wins. Excess damage is
Yeah.
dealt to the enemy.
Yeah.
I was looking at the Digimon cards, and the only like notable stat they have on them is like Digipoints, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at. This seems scuffed. You're trying to tell me this cactus is gonna defeat this dinosaur? This doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, but it's a pretty cool cactus.
It is a pretty cool. He's got boxing gloves on. He is kind of sick.
Does it have the cactar face?
I think so. I think every cactus produced in Japan has that face. Yeah.
It's a classic.
They probably don't have a lot of cacti there, do they?
They
don't-
They might not have any.
They don't realize that cacti can have all kinds of faces.
They don't need to, because they've got that face.
Why
theirs.
mess with perfection?
Exactly.
What did I miss about the most racist dwarf alive?
There's more about it.
Oh,
It's just funny meme.
don't ask a dwarf the race of his girlfriend.
Yeah,
Don't
cactus only have this one face.
Don't ask a dwarf whose hair that is.
For the record, I'm still looking for good pictures of these Red Eyes cards. As a
Oh.
man who has
They're
a
all
Red
like-
Eyes Black, well, as a man who has a Red Eyes Black Dragon deck, I'm so used to these having very poor quality pictures because everyone just takes them their old phones from like 40 years ago. Even this card came out like 5.
Does your Red Eyes Black Dragon deck have a Red Eyes Toon Dragon in it?
It does not, because the Toon archetype does not go with the archetypes that they're named after. So a Red Eyes Toon Dragon does not work with a Red Eyes deck.
Dang.
It works with the Toon deck.
My understanding is that the Toon decks are kind of miserable as well.
Depends. Sometimes they're the best thing ever, and then the next pack of cards comes out, and then the worst thing ever. That is just the Yu-Gi-Oh grind. What was good yesterday is the worst today.
They can't let you
What
have
is-
things be good consistently, otherwise you wouldn't buy new cards.
Exactly. Remember, this is Konami.
Red Eyes Alternative Black Dragon.
The alternative cards, there's one for Blue Eyes and Dark Magician, I think, as well. It's basically, your boy decided he wanted to make a variant art style, and then they made a card on it. He just felt like changing it up, doing something a little different.
It has an effect that's like 7
Insane.
lines long.
Wait a second.
Oh, that's a small effect for Yu-Gi-Oh now.
You're right.
Darkness Metal, the Dragon of Dark Steel.
Yeah, I'm
Am I
not saying the
reading
name's good.
that? I hate Yu-Gi-Oh naming schemes.
The names are really shit.
Also, I hate it when they reference the names of cards.
My favorite is Meteor Black Comet Dragon. I think it looks very cool.
The art style is is different in a way I can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah, that a consistent art style is not a thing in a lot of archetypes, especially like of the classic cards. Where's Red Black Metal?
Hell,
Yes, that-
a consistent art style isn't really a thing in most card games.
For Yu-Gi-Oh, usually with archetypes it is. It'll have like 3 artists that work on the same archetype. Or maybe even just one. There's this one card that I want. I have like 3 of them in person and I can't find a fucking JPEG of it.
I have a question. Since you played Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm looking at Archfiend Black Skull Dragon's effect, which says your opponent cannot activate cards, or your opponent's cards and effects cannot be activated until the end of the damage step. So if this card attacks and I have a trap hole, I simply cannot use the trap hole. Is that correct? Is that how you would read that?
Until the damage is finished, yes. So if it's effect that cannot be activated after the damage step, which some can, some can't, then
Like
yeah.
Can you activate a trap hole after the damage step?
Yeah.
That's
No,
so
actually,
weird.
Trap hole.
Is trap hole banned? I feel like trap hole is probably a banned card.
No, it's not. It's just been a while since I've seen it, because Trap Hole, although not a Trap Tricks card, is a part of that archetype. Because their entire Trap Tricks archetype is based around the Trap Holes. And insects. And then there's also the Trap Hole archetype.
The trap holes and insects.
Wait,
Yeah.
this is when your opponent normal or flip summons a monster with 100. I thought it was attack.
No, you might be thinking of something like, Mirror Force? Mirror Force is a classic card with fantastic art, may I add. When opponent's monster declares an attack, destroy all opponent's monsters in attack position.
Yo, is that banned? That seems
No. However, Archfiend... the Archfiend Dragon? That cannot be affected against this card. Because it's when the monster declares an attack.
So during the
Which is not the damage substep. That's after.
yeah.
The damage substep is way after the declaration. So Mirror Force doesn't work on Archfiend Black Skull Dragon.
I'd love to see it. Now, if he
There are
declared the
lot.
attack,
However,
would it work
as
on
someone
the
who
other cards?
as someone who has that card and has played it, there are lots of counters to that card.
Like Trap Hole.
Yeah, Trap Hole could work against it.
If you... Oh, I guess you could. It wouldn't, because it
Yeah.
wouldn't be special summon. Or normal summon.
Oh yeah, true.
Yu-Gi-Oh is
As
stupid.
meanwhile,
Like-
you see the cards next to it. See the two that say Dragon Gemini, Fiend Gemini.
Yeah.
A Gemini card is a card that has no effect until it is summoned again. So you pay. So for example, Black Flare Dragon, right? You pay 2 resources to normal summon it as a non-effect monster, and then next turn you can tap it, and then it's a Gemini monster, so it has an effect now.
What does
The entire
that
point of that
tap
is
mean?
it just means you summon it again. So like it's not tapping like in Magic the Gathering. It's just you Gemini summon it. That's the official term.
How
Which
do you
means
summon
a
it
Gemini
again if
monster.
It's already on the field, though. I'm sorry.
So specifically because it's a Gemini monster, you can summon it with its effect after it's been normal summoned for no extra cost.
So it's just a delayed effect?
Yes, and the entire point of it is so that if there's an effect that says, when a summoned monster with an effect is summoned, Gemini's like, I'm a normal monster. No spell, no effects.
Yeah, but on the second turn, they're resummoned again with an effect.
Yeah, so it could just happen again, you're right. Especially if it's a continuous spell.
Freaking
And
hate
the reason
Yu-Gi-Oh.
why the reason why Red Eyes has Gemini monsters in it is because Gemini was a failed attempt at a type. And Red Eyes seems to just get
I
like
wonder why.
the failures every time Red Eyes gets support, it's all the failures.
You like see it and you just know, like, all right, well, I guess
Yeah.
there's that archetype.
Well, I mean, Red Eyes got turned into the Flame Swordsman archetype for a little while there, which was also a Gemini archetype. It used a lot of Gemini monsters. They just don't know what to do with them. I think it's obvious. You make him a burn deck, because half of his cards are burn effects. But then that
Yeah, I
makes him
really
too
like-
close to Archfiend Dragon, which is a different archetype.
I really like.
I don't miss playing
Red
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Eyes Black Flare Dragon,
Synth Track
which
says,
is. Just
oh yeah, give that pumpkin a bong, or wait, have the pumpkin smoking a blunt.
This is supposed to be a family-friendly podcast.
Yeah, this is a Christian podcast.
Or at least the game is family-friendly-ish.
How do I turn the pick like that? Smoke 'em asks. In CSP, you hold down Shift, and... Oh, wait. No, it isn't. It's the rotate tool. It's the rotate tool. For me, that is a hotkeyed to R on the keyboard. If that answers your question.
You know what, go ahead, though? As awful as Yu-Gi-Oh! Is as a card game, pretty good monster girls come out of it, am I right?
You're right. I saw the thing. I
There's
saw
like the Dragon
comparison.
Maids, pretty good.
I drew a Dragon Maid.
I know,
from
and it was
Yu-Gi-Oh!
really good.
Oh, thank you. I will draw another one,
Oh, hell yeah.
but
I have some
not before.
suggestions if necessary.
You know what? We'll go out back. Send me the suggestions.
I may or may
and
not
we'll
own
apply.
several Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks purely because I like the aesthetic of the waifus.
Oh hell yeah!
I mean, that's how I play Azur Lane.
Yeah, but that's built around that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Isn't. At least with like Azur Lane, Blue Archive, and Nike, it's like you know what you're getting straight up.
Hey, they added a robot to Nike, and people were mad because it wasn't just a lady. So
I haven't seen this. Please show.
hold on, let me. I
Alright.
didn't bookmark it. because
Rumble
it's not
chat
in
has
any of my
suddenly
interests.
become active. Let's see. Maybe the pumpkin monster is made of weed. He is not. He is actually filled with straw. He is like a stuffed scarecrow. Happy 420. Photoshop and Wacom? No. Clip Studio Paint and Artisol.
Oh, that's a brand I haven't heard of.
And I drew myself.
I have a dumb
Oh, I
question.
might-
What is everyone's setup?
I'm a Clip Studio Paint boy. I think it's the best software you can buy in 2024, despite switching to a trashy subscription model. At least they still give you the option to purchase a perpetual license, so I don't hate them. Like, I hate Adobe.
Yeah, screw those
And then
guys.
I use an XP pen.
Oh. That's what I've switched to, because I found it very cheap for a much bigger tablet than my last one. So I'm like, yeah. Big box came to my house, and I'm like, ooh, I can draw.
Are you also a CSP person?
I mean, you know that's true. So complained that I have the wrong CSP.
Oh, that's right. You know, my memory is not the best. In
It's 'cause
my
you're all old.
defense.
He must be celebrating 420 with the Rumble chat.
You might, yeah.
Someone's got it.
Yeah.
I live in California now. I'm actually legally obligated.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's not true. Drugs are bad.
yeah.
I like being sober. Except sometimes when I drink an alcoholic beverage to celebrate victory.
Yeah, that's a mood for me, dude.
It might have just been fake news because I don't see it. There was no robot added to Nikke.
Okay. Maybe it was robot enough that they got angry.
Yeah, there wasn't enough physics.
What if they just got upset because it's a very flat-chested person?
Rumble chat
No,
keeps going burr over here. I'm not used to this.
Oh.
What chat are you using? Can an illustrator hop in? Only invitation. We're on Discord right now. It's a raid. I didn't get a raid notification. Usually I get a raid notification, but I didn't see a raid notification.
That might be it. It might just be Pascal.
Pascal?
I think his design is okay. It's a new automata thing, though.
Is it Nikke that did the Blaze Blue crossover? Or was it like Azure? There was one of these gotcha games that did a crossover with Blaze Blue.
It wasn't Azure Lane.
It was really funny because you got Noel, who is not particularly like fan servicey, but then you got Jin Kisarage and the other dude, the main character, and they were super fan servicey.
Now, there are no dudes in Azure Lane at all.
Oh wow, know their target audience.
Oh my god. That's the more I've been playing fucking Blue Archive, the more I'm like, they keep referring to people as if there are men in this world, but the only male character is the player character and robots. But like,
I like how you
You-
default to the robots being men.
well, I mean, they're dressed like men and they have like male voice actors if they have voice acting.
Oh,
But like, it's weird. Like, what is going on in this world? I don't get the world building. They're like angels and devils and things and dragons, but also they're high school girls, and like, I don't get it.
Sounds
All the
like
manga
What is
anime.
going on?
headlines.
Generic anime.
I'm still playing it. Why, I just don't understand.
Oh, when it comes to Azur Lane, I literally skip all the lore. Like, I do not care. It's always presented in freaking, what do you call that? Visual novel style, so it's a pain to read.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the worst part is when it's like, here's your character backstory, and they're like, the relationship progress. It's a short visual novel where there's no gameplay in it at all, and you're just sitting there for 10 minutes reading. It's like, I want to play a game though. I'm okay with visual novels, but like, give me like a special mission to go with it, maybe.
Let's see, do I play Call of Duty? No, I'm not a big, what do you call that? First-person shooter fan. Which is probably why we're talking about card games so much.
There was a Call of Duty video I saw recently that was just prop hunt in Call of Duty. And it was the first time I had ever been interested in Call of Duty for like the past 15 years. And it was just because it looked well done. And I was like, oh, that looks fun.
I mean, didn't Prop Hunt start in Call of Duty way back as well?
I thought it was Gmod.
No, it's pre-Gmod, man. It's pre-Gmod. It's FPS, yeah. Fairly certain it was, what's the game? What one is it? There's one of them where they modded the shit out of it to make it Prop Hunt. It's definitely pre-Gmod.
So I looked up prop hunt origin, and the first thing is a blog that comes up with From Modders to Mimics, a people's history of the prop hunt genre.
A people's history.
This is our game genre.
That's how like a lot of MOBA games were made, right?
I mean, the first
other
League of
mods.
Legends was literally like a Warcraft mod.
Man, who thought? I didn't know you could make
of
World of
the Asian.
Warcraft even worse, but they did it.
Not World of Warcraft, just Warcraft 3.
No, well, apparently, from what I hear, Warcraft 2 and 3 are the good ones, so I wouldn't know.
It's probably because they had really powerful level editors that let people make MOBAs.
Man, those were the days. I miss video games. They're a completely different beast now, eh?
Yeah, they suck nowadays.
Fucking garbage, yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier with Kohet. Every time you go into a store in a video game, it's like, get out your wallet. And it's like, oh, I thought I had in-game currency to spend.
Yeah. I yearn for the day for there just to be this renaissance in gaming where it just goes back to being like getting Age of Empires 2 on the PC. It's like, okay, there's an expansion coming out, costs $5 and it's the size of a whole new game. Hell yeah, dude.
Hell,
That's
I
what-
would appreciate the same thing costing like almost as much as a full game.
Yeah, instead of the full game price,
Like,
for like less than a third of a game.
like, geez, I wish Pokemon would adopt that model, but no, they have to make a new generation with its own standalone games, and you
And
know,
a new subsystem that changes every
a new
generation.
subsystem. You have to get rid of all
Because
the
they
old
can't
ones.
just- Yeah.
You can never
Because
go
they're
back
like,
to
Mega
the.
Evolution didn't work, so we now need to do the other Mega Evolution, which is just they're big now. Or then this other one where it's just
They
it's
have a
like
hat
that.
now.
They don't evolve; they're just different. Yeah, or the the goddamn crystal hats.
Hat
goddamn.
evolution.
Have I complained about Capcom recently?
Did
Because-
you?
In
We've been
regards
complaining about
to-
everything.
Street Fighter 6, right? You get the game, and then you buy the season pass, you know, to unlock the next characters that come out with the game. And in the game, you earn currency through your efforts. However, there's an in-game shop, and you do not spend the in-game currency that you earn by playing the game. Instead, you buy currency in increments that are not enough to buy the thing that you want. And then the amount of currency that you have to buy to get like the complete game is orders of magnitudes more expensive than the game itself. For example,
Sounds like a Paradox game.
if you buy Street Fighter 6 right now and then you buy the season pass, you have spent like $80. And if you would like to buy all the available costumes for the characters, you have now spent $120 on top of the $80.
So, for me, I could download the Street Fighter demo. Big ups that there's a demo, by the way. Every game should have a demo on Steam. Stop. In fact, no matter what platform, there should always be a demo. Let me try the game before I pay you exorbitant amounts of money. Base Street Fighter is 100 Australian dollars. Currently it's on sale for $66.
That's a
But
big
normally
sale.
it's $100. It's deluxe edition, which I have no idea what it includes,
Feels good to not be Australian right now.
is 140,
God.
and the ultimate edition, again, no idea what it includes, is 170. That's a lot of money.
How much does it have the drive tickets or like the fight points listed
I don't
as
know.
purchasable on the
Oh,
Steam
and the
page?
character pass, just year one character pass, $45. That's the price of a game.
Oh, you don't get that with the Ultimate Edition, by the way.
Oh,
I
you
just remembered
don't?
that. No.
Okay,
You do
what
not.
about the year one ultimate pass?
Maybe?
It has ultimate in the name, it would make sense. But that's $76. And the original soundtrack, the soundtrack is $50.
The soundtrack.
Just
That's
the
kinda
soundtrack.
wild. The soundtrack is
What happened to
really
soundtracks
good.
being 12?
It's not that good.
Dude, like some of these games these days, you like can't afford to not play them if you buy them. That's like a dedicated purchase. Like you're buying something that you need to use. Otherwise, it's just a waste.
It's nearly $300 to get everything.
It's delightful. I love it here.
That's a week's rent.
I love modern gaming, guys. I love it so much.
I bought.
Why did you spend money on this?
Because it's a very good fighting game, and they
$300
actually-
good?
They actually fulfilled the promise that I wanted them to make, which is fix the problems from Street Fighter V and make a good, competitively viable fighting game. And they did. And then after
For
I bought it,
$300.
they proceeded to make every bad decision they could make. For $300, yeah. So now I am.
I think you've been absolutely swindled.
I have, which is why I will. If Monster Hunter Wilds is not fantastic, Capcom's on my blacklist.
Yeah, which
I
is...
already made a mistake of trusting them. After
Oh, they're
Street
making
Fighter.
another
Which is
new Monster
insane.
Hunter thing now.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
like
they
4
announced
years.
it. We talked about it a lot when they announced it. Yeah.
They all run the same to me. Like I can't tell one Monster Hunter from the next.
That's okay.
Sometimes
fine.
I watch a
It's-
VTuber playing one and I'm like, oh, this one has a cat in it. Oh, this one has a dog in it. Oh, this one has.
Yeah, they pretty much all have those. Well,
Yeah.
the dog was new for Rise, but
Yeah, for me, I'm not a Monster Hunter fan. Never cared for it. This new looking one, you know, if I see more information about it, I might be interested. Looks like I heard good things
Capcom-
about what.
has systematically ruined a lot of the games that I like. However, I hold a lot less animosity towards them because they also made the games that I like.
Yeah, so for me with Capcom, it's like DMC has microtransactions in Devil May Cry 5. that
What?
just don't need to exist. It's fucking
That's
stupid.
a single-player game.
Technically,
not-
actually, no, it is multiplayer, but
Is
it's
it?
not. But like, the microtransactions are to just get more upgrades for your character,
That's so
which is
stupid.
single-player story progression. A lot of them. It's very dumb, right?
It's not even like cosmetics.
There is like one or two that are cosmetic, but a lot of them are just like you get more resources which you spend on leveling up. You get the red orbs, the in-game currency.
So you just skip the grind.
Yeah, very bad idea. Very bad.
We
However,
made you
they also
grind, but you
make
can skip it if you pay
Resident Evil
us.
4's and Resident Evil 4 and 2's remakes are really good. Big fan. So it's like, seems Capcom has like a big good game, and then they do something shitty the next.
They're really. The reason why I was so bummed out about the Street Fighter 6 thing is I've just come to realize that Capcom has weaponized the accruement and then dispersal of goodwill. Like, they are masters of making you think that they've changed and they will be better in the future. They're an
And then
abusive
they
partner.
aren't the very next. I think there's also the ground of, since you're a fighting game player, you're used to this kind of abuse.
And not like this. I'm used to paying for fighting game, like new characters added to a fighting game as the game's life like progressive.
For way too
progresses.
much
Like,
money.
I don't think it's that much money. Like you get a new character that's a
Oh
new
no, I think
character
Smash
is
Brothers
probably
expansion
500
pack was
hours.
absurd.
How much was the Smash Bros expansion pack?
Here I think it was like 40 or 50 bucks.
How many characters did you get?
I think 8 for the first one.
Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Like what, $5 a character?
But when a couple
If
of them
you
are
are-
reskins.
Are we like total reskins or like Echo Fighters? Because there's like a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, well, as someone who doesn't play a lot of fighting games, it's not a big enough difference to me.
I don't know. I think it
For
sounds
me-
reasonable. I'm with Kohet.
As a fighting game player, a new like
As a
fleshed
fighting
out
game player,
fighting
you're
game-
used to this abuse.
No, because like I'm getting
Okay, it's
500
nowhere near
hours
as
out
bad
of
as
a
I
new
thought. It's
character.
5. It's, oh, hang on, no, £22, 50 bucks. Right, so it's like $10 a character.
That's
think
a
it's-
little steep, but it's still
It's a
not
little
that
steep.
bad.
It's not the worst I've seen. I mean, it could be. Where's my old Skullgirls?
Skullgirls, the original run of Skullgirls, you got the characters for free.
The original run of Skullgirls was really good, and then lots of internal things happened, which turns out might be very criminal. And
Go
yeah.
from a game made by people who like fighting games to a game
Of
made by people,
Made by
and
people who-
managed by people who want to make money.
not well, obviously, because they just effectively deleted half of the game's content in the last major update.
You love to see it.
Yeah, I love paying for a product and then it getting changed in its dying years. So now I can't get a refund for it.
Now you can't enjoy it as it was and relive the
Yeah,
nostalgia.
exactly. Like, and it's not even here's an update. It's like, you know, with Minecraft, you can go to previous updates.
Yeah.
I don't even have that option. I don't have the option to play the game I bought anymore. And they're like, yeah, but you paid for our expansion pack, so you get these new characters. It's like, yeah, but you've ruined the other characters. You've ruined the story. You've ruined what made the game appealing. Meanwhile, you're still using someone else's art style to sell it. I'm very, very upset with all that's going on with Skullgirls.
Tell
That
us how
was
you really
unironically one
feel.
of it was, no, not only was it my favorite fighting game, it was one of my favorite games.
My thought was that Skullgirls was the best team fighter on the market. Like it's way better.
Was
than
being the operative
Marvel versus Capcom.
But yeah,
What?
so Skullgirls...
What defines
Skull-
a team fighter? I'm not familiar with that one.
So basically, normally in a
Well,
fighting game,
characters
you have a
70 bucks is
character
not okay.
and your opponent has a character. In Skullgirls and Marvel vs. Capcom, you will select 3, 2, 4 characters, and then you will switch out between those characters during a round.
Okay, so like Tekken Tag.
Yeah, exactly, like Tekken Tag. Sometimes. Most of the time.
All my fighting game experience boils down to Tekken and Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur is so good.
And King of Fighters 3D.
Did Soul Calibur also remove the ass and titty?
No, they went harder.
Hell yeah.
They were like,
man, I might have to look into
increase
Soul
bust.
Calibur then.
I'm so worried about the next Soul Calibur. If the Soul Calibur team even exists, like that's gonna be it. Like Guilty Gear, BlazBlue, Soul Calibur are the only games from my youth that are fighting games where I'm like, I still believe. I still want to believe. I don't like the narrative and story choices of Guilty Gear, but the narrative of Guilty Gear is done, so I don't have to worry about
I
it
can
anymore.
tell Guilty Gear's narrative has been a adventure for those who are actually paying attention. I have been told it is very messy.
It narratively, of the Arc Sys games, BlazBlue has the most interesting story, hands down.
Man, I hate
it's
Arc
like
System
time
games.
travel.
I just can't.
And BlazBlue is just man fights wife, wife comes back, man kills wife, man sad, wife comes back, he does it again.
Isn't that kind of Tekken's subplots as well?
With like, yeah, but that's like
But with son and dad
kills
instead?
son.
Yeah, dad
Yeah.
kills son. Dad comes back, or son comes back. Son kills dad. Dad comes back. Dad comes
Repeat
back
the
possessed
three
by a
games.
demon.
Heihachi's dead now though, so that's nice at least.
For real?
But his daughter,
Oh my
is
God.
just Heihachi.
Wife come back, bring daughter.
Daughter is evil, will kill stepdad, or will kill cousin, I guess, technically.
You know what?
Stepbrother.
I don't buy anything people say about finality in like fighting game lore at all. It's just as crazy as like comic lore. People coming
Yeah,
back from the
from what-
dead already all the time. You got robots and angels and the same thing.
Also doesn't help that because people like certain characters in fighting games, if you want to tell a story and kill them or have something happen to them, you still are incentivized to bring them back as a playable character just so that you have the mechanics that they offered.
Yeah.
This is
And
part
a
of the
lot
reason
of-
why I don't like fighting games, is because it's like, you can't have a proper story, and if you do, no one will accept it.
I would suggest
Because I want to keep playing Eddie Gordo with his cool, sick moves, but if Eddie Gordo dies, then he can't come back in the next game. It's like, no, you can. You could just make him like a DLC character. It's just not canon.
Yeah, I would suggest that
It's scary.
games don't actually need a focus on stories anyways, especially like fighting
Especially
games.
fighting games. Fighting games do not need them. They seem to be harmed by them.
It's true. I agree with that 100%.
An active hindrance.
The only time a fighting game story has made me like, wow, that's so enthralling, that's so interesting, is like if it's just like comical, or if it just like adds a little bit of personality. I don't need like a grand overarching thing. I just want to like be able to connect with the fighter a little bit.
The plot being there is a fighting tournament and they want to win is more than enough.
Well, I mean, that's how Street Fighter started, and now look where they are.
That's how Mortal Kombat started.
Wasn't the Mortal Kombat tournament like a battle between dimensions, though? I mean, it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
pretty
it's literally
large.
just you fight God. It's a battle to fight gods. Like, that's it, though. And you know what? That's all we need. This ain't a JRPG. We don't need a convoluted narrative on, like, the existentialism of it all. It's like, no, just let me punch this dude in the face.
mechanics definitely come first.
Shout out to all the retro themed shooters that are just here, go kill a bunch of these guys. They know what's up.
You're in hell, kill demons.
Exactly.
Game plot. I will say it's nice when a game can manage to like build a lore that fits like in with the game mechanics or something like that. Sometimes they go way too far with it though. They don't allow any kind of abstraction.
And peak video game plot was Lego Star Wars, I swear. He knew exactly what it was doing back in the day.
The Lego games were a fun little time, yeah. Even though I wasn't fond of the style of game, but they're still fun to play, especially with... I think most of them had multiplayer, too.
Yeah, split screen.
Yeah.
Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga even had a competitive mode where you, like, a PvE competitive. So you, like, rack up as much kills as possible and get as many coins as possible, and whoever had the highest score win.
That's crazy. Competitive.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, it's a bit boring because there's not a lot of things to do in Lego Star Wars' combat, because it's just press button, jump and press button.
Yeah.
But I'm also firmly of the opinion most games could be improved if they had directional combat, like Devil May Cry and stuff. Just give me something a bit more interesting.
Yeah, a lot of games are kind of very
Combos, man.
light on the actual mechanics. That isn't just button mashing, doing combos.
Or playing the game for you.
Yeah.
I love that in my video games. I play video games to not play video games all the time. It's my favorite thing.
There's definitely like a balance to be struck though, because a lot of the time, if you're just fighting a bunch of randos, it gets more annoying if like there's a serious challenge there and they keep throwing things at you.
Yeah, but that's why you have like mooks, you know, the goons that can be hit like twice and then they're dead, and there's like 50 of them.
Yeah. Also, I guess it would feel like a less of a waste of your time if you're actually being challenged by it. I'm starting to regret that I drew almost everything on the same layer.
Oh dear, did you? Oh no. Mr. Baggery, no.
I should have at least,
Except for that one sword thing.
the sword and the face, or the spear
Oh,
rather.
no.
That's okay. I can just put another layer on there and make a third one.
Now, Koget showed me a way to fix that and just select lines and separate them to layers. However, I forgot, so you're stuck with this.
That's fine. I merged them at the end anyways, so it's not a big deal. I can.
Oh my god. I don't, and I always regret it, because I'm like, I'm gonna go color it in, so I'll just select the inside of my line art, and then I've painted the entire canvas one color. It's like, shit.
Yeah. Well, I either merge them or I put them in a folder together. Just depends on how confident I am about how finished they are.
You know, I have a question that I might have to rephrase when the other member of the panel shows up. What is your favorite video game story?
Video game story? Oh,
Yeah,
probably
which one?
Planescape Torment.
Ooh. Yeah, it makes sense.
I found that one quite interesting, even though I never finish games. Although, really, I found...
How many games have you finished?
Man, I don't know. But I think I
3?
found the setting more interesting than the story itself. And that's probably
Yeah.
true for a lot of story games I like the setting more.
Yeah, I'm like that with Fallout. I think the 1 and 2's setting is a lot more interesting than this game or the story. Which is probably why Bethesda bought it and then ruined it. Yes. I'm definitely a big, there's a little bit of a group of people, like a demographic, some would say, that are like, video games don't have stories and they don't need them, they shouldn't have them. Whereas I'm just like, it really depends on the game, and there are some games that have very simple stories that are some of my favorite when it comes to stories in games.
Yeah. I think the main thing is you have to make sure the gameplay comes first.
Yeah, and that it's always better when the story matches the gameplay too, I think. So it's not like a jarring, like, the gameplay feels nothing like how the story sets the mood of the world.
Yeah.
Like, Dark Souls would be really weird if its gameplay was a rhythm game. Like, dancing rhythm game. Like, it wouldn't work. It would not mesh.
Ooh. I need to make that shield much longer.
Well, something about the shield is visually confusing to me, but I can't quite understand what I'm confused by. Like, I'm imagining the rest of the shield in my head after the, like, comic lines and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm stuck between, is it a leaf or is it a nut or a bud?
It's a leaf.
Like, it's clearly, yeah, like, it's clearly an organic plant thing. But my mind's struggling which one it is, and I think that's probably just because it's not colored in this picture.
Maybe. Of course, it's going to be black and white when I do quote-unquote color it, so...
Yeah. I don't know. I'm also really awful when it comes to this kind of feedback, so...
Oh, my leg is starting to fall asleep. I'm sitting on my butt wrong.
You gotta fix that then.
This is starting to look alright. Pretty much done with the main portion of it. In fact, I probably don't even need to draw this thing over down here again. That probably works fine just as the sketch.
Yeah, I think so. Just keep the sketch there, I reckon.
Nice. Ugh. Oh yeah, the tingle's starting to set in. You know what though? I think the top leaf on this guy's quote-unquote helmet should overlap the bottom one. Maybe.
What did I miss? What's the news?
Oh, hey. I have a question for you.
Yes.
What's your favorite video game story?
Soma.
That's a good choice. I'm like the man in the rat video by Gemma. It's like, oh, that's a good choice. Maybe I should change mine. But I haven't played Soma, so I know of the story, but I haven't experienced it.
I
know what
felt
happens.
Okay, I'm just gonna spoil it. So I know Dice isn't gonna play this game. 'Cause it's just a walking sim, effectively.
Yeah, Dice doesn't enjoy fun and cool things.
That's not true. He just doesn't enjoy.
Nah,
murder.
it is true. You say that, but his answer was Planescape.
Planescape.
Planescape Torment.
That's
All
a
I
very
know about
narrative game.
Planescape is the music.
Music.
It's a very narrative
Is there not
game.
music in Planescape?
I mean, most games have music in them these days, yes.
I thought you played it on stream before, like the sound font from it.
I don't
Some of
think
the
so.
tracks.
I don't think I've ever played anything from Planescape Torment.
Uh-oh.
I have played like
Well, then I
One
don't
You
know
might
Must,
get in
anything.
trouble if you did.
One Must Fall and Onslaught.
Well, then I've definitely heard about you talk about Planescape, and that's it. But Soma is great. I like that it sets it up as you're just like a guy who's about to die, and then you try some spooky medicine, and you wake up in hell, and you discover that you actually, like, literally are in hell because you died. And then
And it's not just that you died, but there's been multiple yous that have died.
Oh yeah, like you're endless agony for the rest of your life, and you come to terms with the realization, and you eventually find nirvana. But like, what even is nirvana? You're still just trapped in a liminal space forever because you try to avoid death. I don't know.
And then
there's a
Joseph
lot of-
Sanderson said it wasn't scary, so it sold poorly.
It was a little spooky. I thought the atmosphere was more conducive to setting up the story than it was towards scaring the player.
Yeah,
But
because
I-
it's not horror in the way that a lot of people think of it as, or thing makes sound, thing is scary, thing is spooky looking.
I mean, there was
This is
a
more-
couple of those moments where you're like, "Oh, I'm."
But that's not the entire thing. It's more like an overwhelming aura of dread, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a
and
bleak
the entire
atmosphere that
like half of the game is, or like more like 3/4 of the game is it setting up the fact that you are actually like not a human. Like you thought you were a human, but you aren't, and you had to grapple like, well, what if I'm not a man and I feel like a man? Then what does it really mean to be a man? Type of stuff. It honestly,
Yeah, and
it
so that one
was
leftoids.
very good.
I think you'd like
And then
Planescape Torment.
Is it similar in its themes?
You play an immortal amnesiac.
Uh-oh.
So you are effectively immortal. You can die, but you just basically regenerate. But every time you die, like, it affects your memories. And so you're playing this guy who has like millennia of history behind him, but he's forgotten it all. And basically the ultimate goal is to end your immortality and finally die. I never got there, by the way. I'd never finished the game, but along the way you'll just pick up a bunch of like little tidbits of his past lives and stuff. And it's in this really oddball setting where, like, in D&D they have like the Great Wheel cosmology, they call it, which is basically like you have the normal world at the center, and then like the outer planes and stuff have like the demons and the angels and whatnot. And this takes place in a city that basically connects to every plane. So it's got a whole bunch of weirdos in it. It's got demons and angels hanging out at the bar and stuff like that. So it's just really oddball.
This is an indie.
Not really. It's old.
I mean, it's 20. It was released on Steam in 2017 by a company called Beamdog, who I have never heard
Planescape Torment
from.
is older than that, to my
Yeah.
knowledge.
Is
It has
So
had a
it's
couple of
just-
re-releases.
Yeah, that would be a
Gotcha.
re-release. Now, Planescape Torment is pretty old.
Okay. It has like excellent reviews.
1999. It's older than me.
Oh my god, actual child.
Yes, we have made this very apparent.
Yeah. Never mind that.
Yeah, I like
No,
the,
it
I like
looks
the setting a whole lot just
Oh.
because there's like no expectation to it. You go into it and you have no idea what's going on. And they have a spiritual successor called Torment: Tides of Numenera. That was, I think, was made by a lot of the same devs later on. It's a different system, but it kind of has the same vibe to it.
Is it based on the Numenera system by Monty Cook?
I believe so. Which is also a very oddball
that-
universe.
Yeah. It would. That would fit its ideas quite a lot. Numenera is also a really weird tabletop role-playing game to run, because it's kind of autopiloted.
Oh yeah?
The monsters have like a inbuilt AI kind of thing.
I see.
So the DM's not against the party, the DM's just there to adjudicate narrative.
Mm-hmm. I
Sounds
should look into
interesting.
that, because it sounds like they might have some stuff I want to implement in creatures at some point.
So you know how we're talking about the cyborg dinosaurs for Digimon? There is a Numenera setting called Predation that is just cavemen in space with dinosaurs with laser guns. And it looks really fun. But every time I've talked about it, my usual role-playing groups are like, yeah, when are you gonna run it? It's like, no, you don't understand. I want to play in it. I don't want to run this.
It sounds kind of like Masters of the Universe, actually.
God, it does, doesn't it?
Is
I
is
also
there a
want-
Masters of the Universe RPG? It seems like there
If
should
there
be.
is, it's probably trash.
Probably.
I also want for story games, I want to throw one out there that is a surprise pick that is like almost tied with Soma. But I won't actually say anything because I would actually like everyone on the planet to play this video game. And it's a simple game about fishing.
Dredge.
Yeah. I love this game.
I've
I
seen
have
some
lots of good
VTubers
things about Dredge.
have played this game, but I haven't watched any of them. I'm guessing there's some kind of twist to it with the way you describe it.
It's like
It's
normal.
like Iron
narrative
Lung, where it
twists
turns
into-
out that you're always going to fail, and it's just a
No,
suicide mission.
no, of course not. It's just a very good kind of eldritch horror-y game about fishing.
I am a couch stinking fishing kind of man.
I'm a little bit biased because I usually don't buy and just like play single player games that are like narrative driven.
Yeah, me neither.
In this sort of way. But I saw it on Steam and I was like, a fishing game? Bet. And I picked it up and it was so good, actually. I was like genuinely surprised.
This kind of reminds me of Sailors on the Starless Sea, I think is what it's called.
A game?
Or Sunless Sea.
Sailors on the Sunless Sea.
Hang on, I think I've got the name wrong.
I hear
I'm gonna
that
Google
name
it.
and I'm like, that sounds like a euphemism for like space travel.
Yeah, Sunless Sea. and they have another game. Sunless, but it kind of reminds me of that, just a different perspective. Where you got your boat and you're doing fishing and transport missions, but you gotta watch out for the spooky things. But you're just a little boat.
I see a PDF file that says Sailors on the Starless Sea.
So the thing I got it confused with is a Dungeon Crawls Classic module.
I see.
Because they have similar names. It's just called Sunless Sea, the thing I was thinking of, though.
Oh, okay.
It's a game I've heard lots of good things and seen a little bit of, and it looks alright.
Oh, you know what? I have seen Sunless Sea, and I do have it wishlisted, actually.
Yes, but let us not go publicly talking about our wish lists. Please refrain from going anywhere near my wish list.
You don't have to tell us everything about them.
Hold on, I'm gonna do some wishlist peeping.
No.
The Masters of the Universe role-playing game, based on the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe cartoon series, is a fantasy system that consists of a board game with simple role-playing rules. Players can take on the roles of popular characters like He-Man, Teela, and Orko, who are pitted against Skeletor and the forces of evil. Okay, so it's not actually a role-playing game, it's basically a board game.
It's a role-playing game in the sense of you play the role of those characters, not as in like Dungeons & Dragons where you make up your own character and stats and stuff.
And that's a JRPG on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Which, you know what? I personally, I really like playing a role-playing game where I'm not playing me, and I'm playing a character that already has defined characteristics. Like, I would not like The Witcher if I wasn't playing Geralt as much. His character is very interesting, and thinking the way he thinks is something that I find enjoyment in.
I'm just thinking about games with some pretty good stories that I really liked now. You guys ever play Darkwood?
Nope.
Not yet. I'm a bit too spooked to launch it. I have it, and I know what happens in it, and it's really interesting, but it's kind of scary.
It is a little spooky. I like the stories of these scarier, darker games a great deal, I think. Risk of Rain has a pretty neat story, even though it is very simple and just like tangentially related to the gameplay.
Risk of Rain 2 have a story?
It's the same.
Oh,
Effectively, it's the same.
Okay, because, man, I played a lot of Risk of Rain 1. I got through a good one or two of that, and then Risk of Rain 2, I'm just like, this is fun, something's missing. The excitement's different.
I personally, I think it's
easier
just too easy.
Some places.
Yeah.
And for me, the easy is just because it's not in a two-dimensional plane, so like you can just walk by a lava worm and it's fine.
Right, you can just leave. You can just get out.
Yeah, exactly. You can just walk away. Whereas in Risk of Rain 1, oh no.
Risk of Rain 1, you're playing Enforcer, you're on the edge of the map, you have the shield up, and you're just praying. And you know it's not gonna work.
Chef.
Oh, you were a Chef player?
Hell yeah, dude.
You know, I was gonna say Shame, but honestly, good pick. Chef is fun. Risk of Rain 1...
You can't shame me, you're a fighting game player.
I literally did the opposite of shame you. I said, good pick.
And you don't have the option to, is what I'm saying.
You said you were going to shame him.
Yeah.
I was going to,
but...
yeah.
But you're not allowed to, because you're a fighting game player.
I have refined tastes. I'm a master of suffering. You know? I've earned the right to shame a little.
No.
Other good story games.
How about some non-story games? You got good ones of those? that I haven't heard
Oh
of.
hell yeah! Excellent, good non-story games. Do you like action?
That depends on what kind of action.
There's this game called Downwell, and you're a dude, and you're wearing boots that have guns inside of the boots, and you
No,
jump
hang on.
down
Stop.
a well.
Stop. Is this a roguelike?
It does sound like the setup
Um,
of a roguelike.
It does.
It's a roguelike in this. It is a roguelike, but it's very arcadey. It's like a arcade
lot of
game.
roguelikes are, though.
roguelike.
That might be like the worst feature of a roguelike.
Really?
For me.
Like this is a game. This this is not a piece of art. This is a video game. Is how I would define Downwell.
I see.
So I also have suggestions. So for story games, I have some really probably not the best examples because being a baby boy, I don't have a lot of old games that I'm like, yeah, that's a really good story game. Because like I could say Chrono Trigger, but I never finished Chrono Trigger, so
Same.
That's so
Yeah.
weird. We were just talking about Chrono Trigger.
However, I think the original Star Wars Battlefront 2's campaign isn't terrible in terms of
I
story,
have zero memory
because
of that game.
There is
It's
a
all of the
story to
things
that
that-
game.
That's how
is,
I'm
and it's
feeling
about-
right now.
yeah, it's about how the clones become stormtroopers under Darth Vader, and it explains how they like don't necessarily agree with everything, but they can't do anything against it. It's very minimal, but like it's not the worst. And in terms of Star Wars stories, it's pretty up there, unfortunately, for Star Wars storytelling. Obviously, I'm also a really big sucker for the Fear and Hunger games. They're a big influence on me at the moment. They are my personal crack right now.
Gotta love Funger.
Yeah, they hit all of the things I like in dark fantasy. Like, I was making my fantasy setting, and then these games showed up in my timeline. I'm like, shit, this is basically what I'm building.
Somebody
So-
beat me to it.
Yeah, exactly. And the development behind those games is a very similar story to how my D&D setting was. Like the project as a whole.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's that. However, for non-story games,
I'm gonna throw one out there,
I've got a few.
and it's something that you have on your wish list, Dice Bag.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Off-World Trading Company.
that's pretty good.
There are a lot
It's
of
a-
things I wish list that I'm not entirely sold on.
I see. It's an
For me-
RTS with very tight mechanics. It's
Yeah, it's
pretty exceptional.
I think
It's real time.
doesn't it go free
Yeah,
every offer
yeah.
so
Uh,
I haven't seen it go free. I wouldn't be
Yeah, 'cause I
surprised
got it for
because
free.
it was not successful, which
No,
is
it
a
was-
shame.
but it's a very solid game.
I'm gonna say telling me that it's real time strategy is probably the worst thing you could have done for it.
Well, I mean, it's an excellent mechanical game that does not have a story.
It just,
Also,
well, it doesn't really-
Satisfactory is awesome as well. In terms of games that aren't really story driven, like the story of Satisfactory is you are a worker drone in a company, build a factory, and then you build a factory.
My favorite kind of story.
It's great.
I mean, I do have an old game when it comes to games with very minimal story, or at least the story's very non-important. The first Zork game. Big
Zork.
fan of Zork. Yeah.
The hell is Zork?
Zork is like the OG text-based dungeon crawler, man.
Ah,
The rest of the
I love
Zork
it
games are not
when-
nearly as good, but the first one is very good.
It really makes me feel good when I have no idea what you're talking about, and Dice is also like, "What the hell is a Zork?"
Yeah, but Zork's old as hell. It's a DOS game.
well, I was playing stuff like Dungeon Master. Are you familiar
I don't
with
know what
Dungeon
Dungeon
Master?
I'm familiar with
I only know
that.
that as a role
Dungeon
As a
Master
title.
is when you would
Yeah.
put in the disc of your Amiga, and you'd go to the loading screen, and it'd have a dungeon, and you'd say like enter dungeon, and then it'd spend 10 minutes loading up the game, and then you could play the game.
It was a roguelike.
I guess you could describe it as such. It didn't have any
It
kind of.
literally is.
It didn't have any procedural generation though. It's literally like a set map, which kind of ruined my fun when I figured that out.
Oh, really?
Oh.
So it just took 10 minutes to load because it was big.
Yeah, it was big and it was an old game on an old machine.
Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is a mechanically excellent game with zero story. Well, it does have a story, but it's like a weird visual novel. I don't really understand.
Oh my
it.
god.
Okay, there's a problem with there. I don't like
Okay.
Tetris.
But do you
It wasn't the
Puyo
visual
Puyo?
novels that was the problem, it was Tetris.
Those are also a problem, but I can.
But the thing is,
I can
Tetris
button
is
mash
also
my
an
way through them.
extremely solid game.
Tetris is a very solid game.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
not a
Space
puzzle game
Invaders?
kind of guy.
Props to Space Invaders.
Would you consider a game like Besiege a puzzle game?
That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure what it is off the top of my head.
Is that the
You
wacky
build-
physics one?
Yeah, it's like a physics-enabled game where you build contraptions to destroy like structures, encampments, and enemy units.
Yeah, that's absolutely a puzzle game. Just in the same way that the Lego games are puzzle games. Well,
But it's
the
not a
Lego
puzzle game
video
in the
games,
way
but
that like Tetris is a puzzle game.
No,
It does sound
It's,
a lot
um,
like a puzzle game.
it is absolutely a puzzle game though.
But is it a puzzle game you'd be interested in?
I
guess
don't
is my
know.
question.
I'd have to see like how it plays, I guess.
On it. Yo, they got a C update?
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to
Oh
it.
shit, 11 days ago.
You know what? I can probably just look it up on the internet that I have at my fingertips. What was this game called?
Yeah, but I'm looking at it right
Besiege,
now, so I could just show you.
Normal spelling.
Besiege
Oh, look at that, there's a
video
link.
game. Save 70% on Besiege on Steam. First link.
I watched Vinesauce
Damn, I might have to get
play
this.
the game, and I was just angry that he wasn't building his wacky contraptions right, so I bought it and could also not build my wacky contraptions correctly. It was real good.
Yeah, the streamer always sucks until you play it yourself.
Every time.
The most painful thing when I was watching Guru stream games that I've played. It's like, please stop. Don't stop, but stop.
Oh yeah, this definitely seems very puzzle gamey, but like it's clearly physics based.
It's a
It-
physics puzzle game.
It kind of reminds me of a really old game, known as The Incredible Machine, which is where you
I've never heard of it.
you literally just like build Rube Goldberg machines that are like physics based.
Yeah,
It's like a 2D game.
that's a game I'm familiar with too. I had a mobile port at one point.
I guess that would be like the OG physics puzzle game.
Oh, I have another shout out for a game with a story, even if the story is not fantastically narrative focused. The original Thief games, Thief 1 and 2. I like their narrative quite a lot. I think it's quite interesting. I also like their
Like
world
the-
building and design.
First person stealth type of game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are fun.
Thief is just, as an atmosphere, overall very cool. It's like borderline steampunk, but not to the steampunk that I dislike, so it's still enough medieval fantasy for me.
Yeah, it does have
Gameplay-
steampunk elements, but it's like the medieval aesthetic.
Yeah, because like they have like electricity and for like electric lamps and things like that for the most part, but you can justify it because they don't use it everywhere. It's very hard for them to get a hold of. It's very like a rich man's thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's mostly scientists and wackos and wizards that use it. I also like their world building and design.
Like the first person stealth type of game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, those are fun.
I
How do you
And
guys
then
feel
Thief
about
2, they start getting
suffercore?
security cameras.
About what?
About suffercore as like a genre.
What?
Games like Getting Over It,
I was gonna say, can we
Peaks
stop
of
calling everything
Yore.
something core? Because I
Oh,
hate that.
I have opinions on those games. It boils down to make game, give it bad controls, call it rage game, profit.
Yeah, not my thing.
So you are not a fan.
No.
Is what I'm taking away from this.
Like, it might be fun to watch streamers play it, but I would not want to bother with it.
I don't even
Just
think it's
seems
fun to watch
pointless.
people play it usually.
It depends on which one. If the person's entertaining on their own, then they'll be entertaining doing that.
Yeah, like I have a lot of friends who played Overwatch, and
Overwatch.
I don't know
You
if
know.
I'd call that a ragecore game. but,
well, here's the thing: is
please
they never
continue.
had fun playing it. They would
Hmm.
they would be angry at each other and everything around them when playing, and they would keep going back to it.
Relatable.
That's the kind of thing rage games do, but rage games do it on purpose.
Yeah.
And it's not an environment that I find particularly inviting. Like, when it's someone who, when playing a rage game, gets frustrated but is still having fun and is very lighthearted and not angry, that's different. But it's all about, who's playing it in that case.
You know, I played through Getting Over It, and I found it very meditative, which I think makes sense. And my perspective has kind of just been like these kind of rage, like they have the moniker rage games, but I would much rather refer to them as like mitigated suffering. There's something about them that I find really meditative and pleasant.
With the example of Getting Over It, there looks like there's every major progression point in that game, there is strategy and technique to learn in order to actually get better at the game. Whereas there are lots of rage games that are very much luck based, and they only exist to be difficult by a chance. And I'm not into that either. Like, when I watch someone play a game, I'm watching to see how, if I was playing the game, I would tackle the problems they're struggling with. And there are a lot of rage games that just, you can't do that for. Because the mechanics of the game are designed so you can't beat them like that. Oh yeah?
What's happening in the Discord now?
I was looking at this game, and it's really
Game of
piqued my
Sisyphus.
interest.
I think I
One
might
must
have
imagine.
seen Hinya playing this.
This is such an asset flipped game, holy shit.
Oh yeah, big time. But the idea of rolling the boulder up the hill, having it fall all the way down, and then having to walk all the way down the hill to pick the boulder back up really is quite engaging.
So for
I really
me, the
like
problem is, how long does it take for you to get back down to because the boulder is clearly faster than you.
I've looked it up on time to beat, and apparently if you are like speed running the game, it's still a 2-hour game. It is.
Yeah.
You sit down for an afternoon.
I'd be fine with it if you went down with the boulder at the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
But walking back to an objective annoys me in games. If movement, traversing the game world isn't fun to me, I don't want to traverse.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why a lot of games just have fast travel now. It's because they can't figure a way to make the game world fun. Which is unfortunate.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, a lot of games I would like better if it didn't feel like they were wasting my time. Hell, there's one of those crafting games I was playing, Nightingale. Its progression was very slow, and it kind of felt like I wasn't getting anywhere a lot of the time, and that kind of almost turned me off. But they actually had an update recently, and I think they added the ability to craft from nearby inventories like Palworld does. That would make things a lot less obnoxious playing that game, I tell you. I might have to give that one a try. And also Palworld, because they also updated, and I still haven't tried that.
I mean,
Yeah, I haven't played
the
Palworld
Power
in a
World
while.
update is whatever. It's fine. The fuel hasn't changed, but just being able to get the ore anywhere instead of having to build at the designated like big ore places has been nice.
Quality of life changes.
Yeah. But the actual like game feel is the same. So I would wait like 2 more updates personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Palworld is gonna fare long term, really. Because one of the things that keeps Pokemon alive is like the competitive setting.
I don't think that's what's keeping Pokemon alive. As a normie,
As someone who likes Pokemon to a degree, the competitive setting is not appealing at all to me.
That's what the hardcore players play, though.
Yeah, but they're weird.
They
you
grind
got like
for their
5
EVs and
hardcore
stuff.
players. I don't
Yeah,
think
but they're
the
like
hardcore players are
on like,
real.
you know, police watch lists and stuff, so
I feel like the sense of having like all your guys kind of on the same server is kind of important for games that run on collectibles, though.
What do you mean? Having all your oh, he exploded. He was banished. Welcome back. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean having all your guys on the same server?
Well, like, there has to be some kind of, like, enforced collection, right?
What do you mean? These are like foreign concepts to me. Like, sincerely.
Like, how to describe it? You know, I ran into this when I was trying to figure things out for creatures too, but just the concept of like in like a physical trading card game, right? You have collectibles. And the cards that you own are the cards that you own.
Yeah.
In a digital game, especially a single player one, you can just boot up a save file and play it, and then boot up another save file and have like different collections, and those are all separate. And like,
Okay.
like which one is the one you use competitively? How is that decided?
I think you just decide which file you want to take competitively.
Yeah, but then you'd have to deal with like anti-cheat. Like, what if your game's been edited?
Man, I love anti-cheat software. They're so good.
I mean, my honest answer, or my honest conjecture to the question is, I think you cannot have a competitive online video game that is functional at all times. Because like Guilty Gear, usually it has like a network layer that is run by ArcSys, and then a peer-to-peer layer for handling the in-game. So what happens a lot during Guilty Gear is 2 players who are playing in a competitive setting will get into a match, and then somebody will mess with the network layer to effectively like terminate their match early. And that was a big problem until Arxis like patched something to make it less of a problem. But it's still a problem now.
Mm-hmm.
And you could have client-side cheats enabled in your game, stuff like that. And luckily, I think most of the time when somebody's cheating, it's very easy to tell. Like in a fighting game, if a person blocks 100% of the attacks and does optimal combos 100% of the time, well then you know. And in POW World, it would be like, well, all of his pals have perfect stats and perfect substats.
Yeah, but you see, like, for Pokemon competitive, that's just, like, normal.
Right, because cheating is accepted in the Pokemon competitive space. Like, it's accepted that somebody's going to use a Game Shark or whatever and get themselves the greatest possible viable Pokemon of a certain type.
Do they have Game Sharks for Switch?
Oh, almost certainly. There's no way they don't.
I haven't used any Game Sharks for like a decade or more.
Like, what was it? There was a big Mario thing that was going on because Mario Maker 1 was shutting down its servers. And people were like, oh, we're just going to defeat all of the Mario Maker levels, send it off with a bang. And they discovered that really early on, somebody had hacked the Nintendo Switch, or what was it? The Nintendo Wii U, whatever the hell it was called, to basically create an impossible to beat level and then upload it. And nobody thought that was possible. So there's always a cheat out there for a system. I just think that if you do a competitive like POW World and you're worried about, or if you do a competitive game in a digital sense and you're worried about cheating, you got bigger problems.
I think it's less about
competitive slave labor.
It's less about cheating and more about like, why would people collect things in the first place if they can't use them universally?
Well, that's why you would let them use them universally. Or here's something you could do if you wanted to do the competitive POW World thing: is you don't make them collect things. Instead, you put them in a server, you have them select their pals, and then you say, all right, you've built your deck effectively. Now go and perform the mechanical function of fighting the pals versus your opponent pals.
Yeah, that is one way, but it kind of defeats the fun of the collectible part.
I mean, alternatively, you just like let them choose which pals to bring in, and I don't think there's a way around doing that.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, it kind of defeats the fun. Because there is no, like, universal server. It's not like an MMO where everyone's kind of playing by the same, in the same world and the same rules. That's a problem I actually tried to tackle in the early brainstorming of creatures, is like how to make collecting the monsters actually feel special when it's literally just like stats on a paper. Can you guess how I did it?
By giving the monsters traits that you could appeal to increase effectiveness.
No, I never figured that one out.
Uh-oh.
I just decided I can't do that part.
I see. I feel like if you want to make the collectible creatures, or oh my gosh, I'm getting stuff mixed up. If you wanted to make a collectathon game competitive, you are deciding to make a different game.
Then Pal World.
Agree. Well, all right, just not looking as a general thing, but if you're looking at Pal World specifically, if you want to make a competitive Pal World, you're making a game that is not what Pal World is currently.
Yeah, that's basically what I've been saying.
And I think that's fine. I don't think that's wrong.
I'm just saying Pal World isn't really equipped for it as it stands. But they're putting in the arena anyways.
No, for those 7 guys that don't want to play Pal World. What is this, Dale? What AI strangeness have you posted?
It's not. This is
It's
someone
not
else's.
AI
This is
strange?
very much. Yeah, no, this is a Blue Archive character.
What's going on?
Little cutesy
I'm
character
trying to figure it
design.
out.
It's coming out of her butthole.
See, that's what I'm
Yeah, it's
worried
one of those
about.
foxtails.
It's
does
no,
your
it's
shirt
very much
say?
wing. Born to kill, I believe.
Born to kill. How can you even read that? It's so small.
She may or may not be the character that I have leveled up the most.
And you don't know where the wing comes from, and you've leveled her up the most?
Well, they don't really show you the rear too much.
Apparently, Blue Archive doesn't know their target audience.
Well, not for this character, but this character's the target audience is she likes cats and heavy metal.
Weird.
Literally
Not
me.
the,
Curious.
the characters that show a lot of ass are very different and much bustier,
I see.
and are also the maids. So figuring out where this is supposed to go in this picture I'm drawing is very difficult.
I'll just slap it on. Just.
I kind of have to, but the thing is, it's a very two-dimensional thing, too. So I'm struggling to, like, how do I make this, how do I give it form?
Didn't draw it.
You know,
What if you
Azure
just,
Lane does have
you know,
maids too.
Oops.
Every good anime game has maids in it. Maids and bunny girls.
Azure Lane also has the Harbor Princess, which is goated.
No, that's a Kantai collection.
Kantai collection, I take it back, which is not goated.
Cool design, though.
I think so. All these games are the same to me. There's literally no
Well, okay.
difference in my head.
So, Cancol and Azure Lane are both about ships.
Yes.
One arguably more than the other, depending on which character art you're looking at.
Okay.
Blue Archive is about... Yes, I still
it's
haven't figured it out.
It's
called
about
Blue
Booba.
Archive,
Yeah,
and the
it's about...
ocean is blue.
But it's got nothing to do with the ocean. They have, like, 4 swimsuit characters, and that's it.
That's enough. Yeah. That'll do.
It's more military gangs and private military companies.
So,
Mercenaries.
Yeah.
Blue Archive
I still don't get what's
is
going on,
Tanike, as Kantai Collection
Yeah.
is to Azure Lane.
And to Nikkei and to what's the other one? Arknights, that's the
Honkai-
other one.
Or Arknight. Oh my god, I forgot that one even existed.
What is the gameplay like in all of these?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I can tell you the
Um,
gameplay in Azur Lane, and that's why I use autopilot.
Blue Archive is
Oh my
kind
God.
of a self-scrolling, position-based tactical shooter.
Hmm.
Kind of. It's got a lot less interactivity than I'd like it because you're mostly just using their ults. But like, sometimes their abilities let you
Overwatch.
take cover. I just wish I could determine which one of my characters is shooting where, because they'll auto-target the wrong kind of enemy for a situation, and I'll have no like special abilities to actually deal with it, which is great. I love it when a game
You know,
doesn't let me do the thing that's obviously the better tactical choice in a game that's supposed to be about tactics.
Advanced Wars was a good game that wasn't very story heavy. The turn-based wartime strategy game. You mentioning doing the tactically incorrect thing, and that's what I thought about was Advanced Wars.
Oh, you know what was a really good no story game? Wii Tanks. Hell yeah.
We
Big fan.
tanks.
Yeah,
Any
Wii Tanks. What we
multiplayer
play,
game
just tanks.
is already a bad game. Our local
Yeah,
multiplayer
play.
game, I should say.
Nah, Wii Tanks is really good.
Was it
I
better
found
than Wii
a
Boxing?
fan. Yeah, actually.
You'd say so?
Yeah, I would.
Hmm.
And there's a fan-made one on Steam, spelled WEE Tanks. And it's all of the original levels from the Wii one, and many more. And like, there's like even a Rocket League game mode in it. And there's workshop capabilities, so user-created maps. It's super good.
It also has a demo?
Yeah,
That's
it's
kinda
pretty
cracked.
good. It is, and it's pretty good for the price too, I'm gonna be honest.
Is Wii Tanks just tanks, but with like a nice coat of paint and a couple of other like things you can do tactically?
I don't know how to answer that.
Like, did you ever play the old Tanks game?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Googling tanks isn't probably going to bring it up.
Is it the 2D one where you shoot up into the sky and then watch it fall back down and try to hit the opponent?
No, but that game.
Okay, because I have played
love
that one.
game.
It's very much like Worms, but
Yeah.
less characters.
Worms. Haven't played Worms in a long time.
What was the
think-
last one
so-
you played?
Tanks. There's a game on
Ah.
Steam 2018, free to play.
It's either Worms Armageddon or Worms 3D.
I love Worms 3D. I have so many extremely strong childhood memories surrounding Worms 3D.
Worms 3D
Yeah,
was
that's the
like a
one.
go-to party game for a friend group in high school that I had.
You get the holy hand grenade and you just win. System is that on? I do not remember.
GameCube, I think.
Oh no, the Worms 3D was I thought it was on Xbox.
Oh, it might have been on
Like
both.
OG Xbox. Oh, maybe, yeah. I was talking about this like tanks screenshot because I think I played it in like a bundle of games that was on some system. Oh no.
Oh no.
I gotta figure out. where the original Tanks game comes from.
It sounds old.
It's like super old. It's
Are we talking
like
super?
Atari old.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say super old by my standards or super old by Dale's standards.
Is Atari super old by your standards?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, a lot of the games I played growing up, I would consider super old anyways.
Well, if it helps, Zork is a 1977 game. I consider that quite old, and I grew up with it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat.
Like, I played the original Pitfall as well. I kind of grew up with a lot of Atari games and DOS games. I didn't really get into games though until like Lego Star Wars. that was like my first exposure to a lot of video games. Because they were the two things I really liked at that age.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff I was into when I was very young is because like of hand-me-downs from my sister who's like 8 years older than me.
Lol, old.
Like Masters of the Universe was that way. Masters of the Universe stopped airing before I was born, but like I've seen the entire thing. Partly because of VHS tapes, partly because I dug up torrents from the internet to find more. Oh, jeez. I see people are still arguing in posts I made yesterday on Twitter.
Oh, what'd you do?
What's your controversy?
I had some comments about the Pokemon Go update.
Oh yeah, well, explain. I saw a little and just didn't care because it's Pokemon Go. But you know what? Explain.
Yeah, so Pokemon Go had nice looking avatars. And they made an update just a few days ago where they said, now you can make your avatars customized to look like you. And they literally androgenized everybody. Like, you can't make a female character with hips. And all the heads are, like, weirdly shaped. The hair models don't fit on the heads. Like, literally, my character has just, like, a standard ponytail with bangs and stuff, and the bangs are deformed around the head. And it's just awful in general. And, like, wouldn't you know, you dig a little bit, and it turns out, oh, hey, there's a community manager that's a radical trans activist at this company and all that. So they're wokeified. And they've just ruined the game for pretty much everybody because some tranny in their in a position of power wants to be a potato in their game.
Personally, I'm of the opinion that if you're gonna have customization options, they should be very extensive. Like,
you can't even make
the self-insert character, give me a lot of options, right?
Yeah.
One of my problems with Animal Crossing is it has quite a bit of options, but it doesn't have enough in my opinion because of the art style. It needs a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I want to look like an ugly potato, man, have you seen what the things people can make in the Dark Souls, like, editor for their characters?
Yeah.
You can make ugly potatoes. You can also make very attractive characters with those editors.
That's the thing.
Give me the whole range. Give me both extremes.
You can only make an androgynous potato now in Pokemon Go.
Yeah,
you can't even remake
so
the old avatars.
What
Like, literally, the hips to waist ratio doesn't exist.
Pictures?
Say what?
You know those, like, auto-generated profile pictures on Twitter that go trending every now and then with certain types of demographics? Where it's like, it's the same face syndrome, but with a different hair color.
Oh, like
They're all in the
a
exact same pose.
procedurally generated thing, like Bitmojis or something?
Yeah, it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I want why have different characters if they're all gonna look basically like the same person in a different outfit?
But also, a lot of people have spent money on cosmetics in that game, and now a lot of them just like clip through the character's clothing and don't fit right, and they're smushed around, and they just look ugly.
They've been taking the Pokemon waifus away from them, even the OC Pokemon waifus.
Yeah.
At least, you know, there's the excuse that it's following the trend of Pokemon's art style getting worse and worse with every generation. Like, at least it's consistent.
That is true. It's not something I would say is a virtue, though.
Neither. Koeth, have you seen the latest Pokemon games character models? Did you watch the Dice Bag streams of Scarlet?
No. Earlier today, Dice brought up
Scarlet
Nessa
Violet's
from one of the newer games, and I was looking at the model for Nessa in the games, and I was like, "That's not great."
That's one of the better ones.
The 3D
Like, her
models are
actual
not
art
good.
Is great, right? But like in game, I'm like, ugh, you.
That's the
Go
case for
away.
like every Pokemon character ever since they switched to like the more realistic, like open world roaming, free roaming thing. The models just don't match the concept art at all.
Was Pearl
The
3D?
thing is, Nessa's is one of the better ones too. Like, it's
Yeah.
not awful.
Pearl,
It loses a lot of the character in the 2D art, but it's fine.
like they had the Diamond and Pearl remakes, but those were just like straight ports of the old versions into 3D graphics.
It's
So
a different art
everything,
style.
yeah,
3D, isn't it?
everything was
Like,
chibi-fied and stuff.
Yeah. Which personally,
'cause
I
I
think
thought
that's the
those
way
looked
to go.
Fine.
Yeah. That's the thing. Pokemon's done a lot of things that it's just not ready for some reason. Like, it's funny to say that the game has been going on, like, for pushing 3 decades now. And Game Freak just can't handle, like, good 3D graphics at all.
But they did a few times, like, look at Stadium.
Was that
yeah.
actually Game Freak, though, or was that a different...
It doesn't need
Good
to be. They can just steal. They could just steal other people's work and pretend it's theirs. No one's gonna fucking care. Because Pokemon fans eat up any slop.
That's true. I mean, they
And
should.
they get mad when their competitor comes along that has nothing. There's like, and they're just like, yes, this is copycats. When it's like, no. It's just people have similar ideas. It happens. Like, they're gonna eat it regardless. That's why it gets worse and worse, is because they know they can sell it for massive profit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's some definitely perverse incentives going on with the way the Pokemon company is structured.
And you know what? Maybe the Pokemon fandom deserves it at this point. Maybe it's exactly what they ordered.
I don't want Pokemon to die, even though I'm making a competitor.
Maybe it should have died at Gen 2.
It
And that's someone who didn't like Pokemon till Gen 3.
No. Pokemon is made to have additional generations. They just handled it so poorly.
I agree. But maybe if it's handled poorly, it should be let to die. I'm a lifelong Star Wars fan, man. I'm fully on board with when something stops being good, kill it off, and then wait at least a decade.
Give it to the fans.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was actually taking a peek. Pokemon Stadium was developed in-house by Nintendo and explicitly not by Game Freak.
That makes sense.
Pokemon Coliseum was developed by a company called Genius Sonority, and not by Game Freak. Which also makes sense because I kind of loved Pokemon Coliseum.
Yeah, it's really just starting to look like Game Freak is the bad apple among the thing.
I really liked that one Pokemon game where you're like walking around the park as Pikachu and a bunch of Pokemon. And just solving like mysteries and having fights and tea
Detective
parties and stuff.
Pikachu?
No, it was on the Wii.
I
don't know what
remember
it's
that
called.
one off the top of my head.
It was very different. It was very much you just hang out with other Pokemon as a Pokemon.
You just hang out with Pokemon as a Pokemon.
It's literally
not
called
Mystery
Poke Park
Dungeon.
Wii.
Oh, Poke Park Wii. Who made that?
Apparently it had a sequel. Never knew that.
Yeah, I really think Game Freak just handles
Creatures
the main
Incorporated.
games. Creatures Inc.
So clearly, so clearly, the problem here is what you were saying beforehand is we just need to get rid of Game Freak then, and it might solve the problem.
That does seem to be the weak link. Like, to be fair though, Game Freak is like put on a tight schedule probably by the other branches of the Pokemon company. Because they have so much tie-in stuff going on that it's like they want them to keep pumping out new generations with new Pokemon so they can make new plushies and new Pokemon cards and new anime things and stuff like that.
Yeah, just let's kill it.
Yeah,
Let's kill Pokemon. It deserves to die.
the over-merchandise nature of it is very detrimental, I think.
It's very much live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
So, this is interesting, I think. Pokemon Ranger, which is I liked, but I understand why a lot of people did not like it. Was developed by How? The Kirby guys.
The Kirby guys.
Yeah.
I never played
I just think
Pokemon
that's
Ranger.
Really
I heard it
wears
was
out
really
your
good.
wrist. Did a lot of circling.
Yeah, that's how you capture Pokemon, isn't it?
Yeah. It's really neat, actually. They also did HAL Laboratories also did Pokemon Snap.
So basically, like, every good third-party Pokemon game was not done, or every good, like, spin-off game was not done by Game Freak.
Correct.
And the Kirby games seem to have a pretty good track record too. So HAL's not a bad option.
Even good Pokemon games that share the same gameplay loop as the mainline Pokemon games were not developed by Game Freak.
Like
In
Coliseum
the
or
case
whatever.
of like Coliseum. Yeah.
Crazy. You know, I thought that was like one of the things they had the rights to, is like using the specific combat system as far as like their place in the Pokemon company is concerned.
No? I mean, unless they changed that recently. I hope there's somebody at Nintendo or at the Pokemon company that also feels this way. Otherwise, it's just going to be hell for the next 2 decades.
Yeah, well,
I have bad news for you. It's going to be hell for the next 2 decades.
Oh, delightful.
yeah, they're probably still making money. So, as far as the business people are concerned, that's all that matters. It really does like make me think about like what could be done for my game, because like I want all of that stuff that they're doing, but it's also like that's a lot of pressure to put on the main thing, you know? Like you have to compartmentalize things very well to keep it all running consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise you wind up with things where it's like, okay, we've done this. We've made the new card game set. Now, what are we going to do until the next round of books comes out with new creatures to make? Learn from the mistakes of your competitors, yeah.
But then, if you succeed your competitors, you will make new mistakes that you could never have foreseen.
That's also true.
And
Like-
you will become the old man. It's just a cycle.
And then you learn from your own mistakes because
Yeah.
you've become your worst enemy.
A lot
No,
of it
but by
just
that time you're too old to learn. Yeah.
like a lot of it
Or
just
maybe my old dog
revolves.
can learn new tricks.
It just revolves around like trying to keep businesses employed with the people and the staff, and because if you're not making new Pokemon, you're not making new Pokemon cards, and if you're not making new Pokemon cards, the people working on the card game don't have a job. So you kind of have to like have people be modular within the teams that you create. So the people who are working on the card game can switch over to the tabletop game when there's not a card game product to be made and stuff like that.
Kind of crazy just how big the Pokemon company is.
Yeah.
Like when you actually sit down and think about it, it's like you got the card game, you have the Pokemon game, the mainline Pokemon games, you have the merchandise, you have the TV show, you have the
Manga.
It's so massive. You have the manga, yeah.
You've got spin-off games, you've got mobile games. All kinds of mobile games.
Right, you give your mobile game to Tencent to develop, you give your manga to a Japanese dude to develop, you give your TV show to the Nintendo America to develop. It's a mess.
Yeah.
But everyone loves it, except for the old fans.
Except for
But
the
it doesn't
people who
really
care
matter.
about the original part of it.
Right, and it doesn't even really matter because new people come in and they care about the current part of it.
But yeah, that's something to think about when Creatures gets to be a massive global sensation. When? Not if.
I'm gonna say this, and it's very rude. I want Creatures for you to be like a national niche interest that is like enjoyed by the population of like North Carolina in like a sustainable sort of way. And not a globe-trotting corporate enterprise that's devoid of a tangible soul.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah. I would be okay with that. Like, the thing is, if I could... You know what, though? If Creatures does get that big... The thing is, I have so many other games that I'd like to make. So if it could fund other games... it could go with some trade-offs.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? Having 40 million projects and then not even finishing one.
Yeah.
I think that's your problem.
It absolutely is. I'm not even trying to be cheeky about it. It is genuinely disappointing to myself as well.
And Creatures is taking so long, too. It's like, did I talk to you guys about this? How I've, like, just reduced the scope of what I intended to make in the first release?
Little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's why
And I think it's extremely wise.
So we're putting barbarian clans on hold, for one.
I think that's extremely unwise.
That is the worst decision you've ever made.
It's the correct decision with the worst outcome.
They'll
Bad,
come later.
Terrible. That better be expansion pack number 1.
But you know what? in exchange for not having
I
the
get pre-order
barbarian
bonuses?
clan, we will have nomadic tribesmen.
This is sounding like a straight downgrade, homie.
it's not
them around.
a downgrade. It's just a placeholder.
Just swap them around.
I mean, I'll hear you out. I like nomads. Nomads are pretty cool.
Mm. No.
Think like Germanic tribes mixed with Native Americans.
Yeah, see? Downgrade. Amazon's where it's at.
Do they have bows and arrows?
Amazons. They might have bows and arrows. They probably have a lot of things. But they're very vulnerable because they're not very developed in the creatures department and creature conjurers. I just had to think at some point, like, where are the other people who don't have creatures yet? They should be there, somewhere, doing something.
Have you guys ever played RimWorld?
No.
No, but I've played the game that inspired it.
Prison Architect.
No.
No.
All right, never mind.
I know what RimWorld is. Though. I'm a big fan of it conceptually. I have played
is-
Dwarf Fortress, so it looks fun. RimWorld is like Dwarf Fortress, but for Warhammer.
For Warhammer?
It kinda is.
I thought RimWorld was a much more down-to-earth kind of thing.
No.
I have
No.
I have not played it or
In
watched
many
it.
aspects and many less as well.
Like, in RimWorld, you can gang press child soldiers into harvesting the hearts of buffalo and then surgically implanting them into prisoners before sending them back to their colonies for increased relationships. Like, that's the kind of game RimWorld is.
RimWorld is a very, very intense, and you can do a lot. You can do a lot in RimWorld.
But one of the things the developer of RimWorld talks about a lot when he talks about his game is he's like, I want to create an engine for storytelling, and so he wants to put all the pieces that are required to tell a good story in the game and just let them fall where they may. And I wonder if these nomadic tribes are a better storytelling tool than the barbarians.
No.
They both
Because-
exist at the same time.
Right, but the barbarians are like actual conjurers.
Yes. The barbarians are only barbarians, like, aesthetically.
Yeah.
They're fairly advanced on the civilization scale of creatures.
So I think that having people who aren't good at interacting with the world as it's presented, aren't good with using and handling creatures, creates a more interesting storytelling beat. Especially if you do the RimWorld thing, and because they don't have creatures, you just throw a ton of them at the player.
My
No.
idea behind humans and creatures is that they're generally not hostile to each other, because humans have had to work together for so long that they're kind of like naturally inclined to just work together against creatures. So generally you're gonna be seeing the tribesmen more as like victims of creature attacks or something.
I don't
And you're
entirely
like, oh, we
disagree
gotta-
with you, Goheth, but I want the barbarians, so I'm staying strictly opposed for that reason.
I also want the barbarians, but I also want creatures to be in a playable state so I can get it for my friends that like actually play tabletop games.
Yeah. I feel that.
My priorities are in line.
But barbarian lady.
You do make a very good point.
Okay. Product map.
Product map.
On the ray sheet with the rays, we're going to have first release. Here, let me share my screen. Clip Studio Paint.
First release.
First release. We have core rules. Whatever we're gonna call that.
Yeah. And then the next one is the barbarian expansion.
No.
Yes.
That's in the later release. Then we have the setting guide, which might come in multiple parts. We'll have one for the Vivid Veil, which is where the main characters I've been developing live. We might also have one for the what do you call that? Like basically the Underdark equivalent.
Yeah.
I forget what I call them.
I have a very important question based on previous streams and talks about the setting.
Yes.
Where did the bone trees come from? Are they all around?
They would be here and there. They wouldn't be like hugely prominent in the Vivid Veil.
I see.
But bone things like that would definitely be there. The main place I was going to put them at would be like a place adjacent to the Vivid Veil, which I'm calling
The Vivider Veil.
not the Vivider Veil.
No.
The Wilder Moon
unvivid.
ones. Wilder Moon Woods.
Yes, pretty good name.
And it's gonna be more undead themed. Because
that's where Spider Boy hangs out.
we're rolling Spider Boy
Spider-Man.
into the Vivid Veil for the beginning, but they're in more less what would you call that? They're gonna be less common, yeah. And then maybe we'll have a creature codex. Where all the creatures just are, but I feel like the creature codex might need to be part of the setting guide because it's going to reference the creatures that are there. So the creature codex might be wrapped in as a section of each setting guide.
That's what I think is most important. So instead of having like a big creature codex, you've got one based on like environments, like where they come from. So the Vivid Veil would have its creature codex, the Wildermoon Woods would have its own. I find that more useful as a dungeon master and game master in a lot of tabletop RPGs.
Yeah.
Like, I hate that Pathfinder and D&D have like 4 different monster manuals and they don't have a coherent theme. Like, I can't just look up where all of these things that live in this one environment are.
Mm-hmm.
And online resources tend to be bad for them as well. They don't do them very well.
Yeah. So then, from there we can basically just release new setting guides that have new creatures, new classes, new characters, NPCs. But then we'll also... The settings I have planned, we're gonna need Sea Sprig, which is the capital city of the main human empire. So they're going to need to be an early one. Then we can move on to like. Then we can move on to the barbarian clans with whatever I call those places. The Savage Hills or something. Then we'll have Everwhite, which is the place with the undead conjurers, where their king has been like had a falling out with his mythic creature and turned into basically a Lich King. But then in between these main ports, there's going to be like uninhabited sections that I'll want to detail too. But those probably won't take as long because there won't be like specific characters and civilizations to detail. Like the Wildermoon ones is basically just going to be like, here's the mythic creature, here's the things it can do, and then here's the roster of creatures and the types of environments. And that's basically what the entire book would need to be. And same with the not Underdark.
So a total of 5 settings?
Well, I mean, there's gonna be more. These are just the main beats.
Gotcha.
Is in between the Vivid Vale and Seasprig, there is a stretch of plains that I'm calling the Restless Plains. But it would be like an uninhabited place like the Wildermoon Woods, so that's a small one. Then I've also got plans for, well, the Burning Isles, of course, which is where the main
started.
Gonna
get on your case for that one.
Say what?
Said Blizzard's gonna get on your case for that one.
Blizzard? Is that a thing they have?
That was the...
It's one of their expansions.
Yeah. For a while. I'm just joking. It's just like really pinged a thing in my brain.
I thought it was the Burning Crusade, or what? Did they make a new one?
The expansion name was the Burning Crusade, but there was an in-game place called the Burning Isles, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Broken Isles from the Frozen Throne.
Yeah.
It definitely sounds like a World of Warcraft thing. Like, if you don't know anything about World of Warcraft.
Well, it's fantasy. It all sounds the same.
Yeah, unfortunately.
If you got similar naming schemes, then yeah.
I learned that I don't know how to spell Isle, and I am very grateful that Dice has spelled it for me. Because that is not a reasonable English word.
No, it's one of
This
those.
is not English.
What is it if it's not English?
Let me guess, French?
I think it might be like Gaelic.
I mean, that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is English.
I don't think it really counts as English at all. But yeah, I got a lot of ideas in case you haven't noticed. And to get to them all, I have to get to the first one. So we're focusing on a much smaller range for the time being. Honestly, I mostly think I need to work on the rules for it right now. Like, I've developed so much stuff for the Vivid Vale already. Like, I've been developing lore for things that are like way out there now. And like if I have to set that aside, then that's so much less work to do. That's mainly what I need to do is test out and work on mechanics and actually fill out the mechanical elements of the game with the crafting and stuff like that. Get crafting's what do you call that? Properties fixed up and deal with the system. And I think that's probably the biggest hurdle I'm gonna have.
I don't know. Like when I think about the parts that would take the longest, I cannot even begin to predict how long it takes to do the non-visual parts of something like this. So when you say like, oh yeah, I think the hardest part is going to be the rules, I'm like, what?
And then we introduce formatting the document.
Oh man! Don't even get me started. I've already
one of the hardest things.
I've already been dealing with like trying to consistently format how skill rolls work, because I'm at some places I'm using like, oh, this is this plus this versus this, and then in other places I'm like, it's the roll of this plus this and the difficulty is this on a separate line. I think I'm gonna go with the versus one just because it fits in fewer lines. But we'll have to see.
You gotta make sure you define what versus means.
Yeah. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, not to me. I would have no idea.
Rule number one of game design is nothing is self-explanatory. The game term must be defined. So that's how you get people gaming the system the way it was unintended to do so.
Well, it is a tabletop RPG, so people are gonna game the system however they want.
Yeah, but if you've got a rule that's supposed to be like a fundamental mechanic, you need that to be kind of strict.
Yeah, I don't think it's too hard to understand the versus thing. Okay, go ahead. Let me pull up a doc and see and run it by you.
Okay. Maybe? Opposed?
Okay, so here's some of the rules I've been developing for the travel. If the thing will load. Come on, Google Docs, load up. Okay.
It's like if you give me a mathematical equation and if you use the terms of math to describe the function, that makes sense to me. But versus could be subtraction, it could be division, it could be a weird algorithm that you've elected to use. I as an artist don't understand.
Okay, that's a very easy thing to answer. The versus is the target number that each die needs to hit to be considered a success.
I see.
So when you roll for foraging, when you're traveling, you roll intellect plus healing versus 10 minus density.
So the versus is the number you're trying to hit.
Right.
Okay.
And density refers to a stat that the area you're in has. So each like little region has its own biomes. Mm-hmm. And they each have a density rating that affects how fast you can travel and how abundant things are there. So if you've got something of a density 3, then you get 10 minus density. You're looking for a target of 7. And you're rolling intellect plus healing, which is the number of dice you will roll.
Yeah, yeah. All right, that is a good explanation, and I
So-
now understand.
If I rolled 7 dice, I would need 7 successes.
No. That's where complexity comes in. Complexity is separate from the difficulty, which is versus. That's definitely going to be on a separate line. So the complexity for foraging is 1 plus, which is a shorthand for saying that you only need 1 success to get a bonus or to succeed, but you get additional bonuses for each additional success.
And a success in that particular example was a 7.
Right.
Okay.
And then on the line after that, we have success, which defines what happens on a success, which is you find 1 water source or rare sub-creature per success. Additional successes provide your choice of either 1 pound of food or 1 unit of medical supplies. So you're just generally looking out for natural resources you can use, whether it's herbs or food or rare things that have magical properties or water or whatever.
Let's see, I see.
Sub-creatures means they're less than creatures, okay?
Yeah, it's the cow and the chicken blobs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I couldn't find a very good other way to describe them collectively. It's hard to come up with names for things that don't exist.
Without them sounding silly, like
You
fake
sound sick.
names.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting tired. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I need to pop off anyways. I will catch you guys around. Take care.
Yeah, alright. Anyways. Hey, everybody still watching? We're gonna call it quits here. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us and listen to our stupid crap. Anyways, don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're still hanging out. I'll see you around next time. Bye!